Welcome to another Rise of Mordor stream. So, it's looking like there's probably going to be a fair amount of newer people because obviously of the update video. I think that we've got a lot of traction from that, so hello to anyone who has not seen these streams before. Anyone who's new or doesn't have Total War Attila, or also hello to the veterans who have been regularly attending these streams for a while now. So yeah, what's up guys? And yeah, so we're just working on essentially Tier 3 Mordor, a remake for Tier 3 Mordor, because as I'm sure almost all of you know, they could use a remake. If you've seen what the current Tier 3 looks like. The Action Emperor. Now this is a challenge by using Blender. I'm gonna have to ask you what do you mean by that. Impact LP, good evening. Is there a release date for campaign? Maybe a short EA? No. We have zero. We don't really disclose update dates and campaign dates. You can expect it probably sometime next year at the earliest, but I can't say for certain. There is no real estimate or real kind of date, so can't really help you there. That helmet screams Mordor. Yeah, this is a new helmet I did. I worked on another variation, so that'll add 5 helmet variations to Tier 3 as opposed to 2. I hope you make Nazguls. Yeah, we'll look into that. Custom creatures will be tough. So I'm not sure what the process of yeah, Nazgul, I don't know if we have a unit for that even. Nazguls will be tough, yeah. We'll have to see. You just have to look on the Trello to see if it's there. I'm just gonna keep up the Trello because it's always good to have up for questions and whatnot. Maybe they're sort of general or something for Nazguls. But there is no Nazgul unit, essentially, because they're not really like an army, a unit in the army, you know? Yeah, okay. I mean by the Action Emperor, I mean by taking time and make it look good. Yeah, I mean that's really for any 3D package, right? Blender is a pretty good, I would say, very solid modeling package. So yeah, it's very good for that. So right now I'm just working on these bracers right here. This is a pretty common one that you can see on almost like a lot of the soldiers. So that's just something I'm working on right now. There's, I don't know if, yeah, like right here, they're everywhere. So just making that variation of bracer just because it's a really popular one, and also it looks really cool and really nice. And as you can see, yeah, anyone who hasn't joined the Discord, please feel free to join the Discord. So you can hear about any posts, updates, discuss with like-minded people. It's a great place to do that. Joe Malone, I think there's my favorite helmet right there, and also those braces look great. Didn't notice the detail in the last stream. Yeah, We didn't do anything here in the last. The detail of maybe the model, then sure, but yeah, this helmet and bracer is new completely, so that'll look nice, I think. So yeah, really just trying to elevate it here. I will probably sculpt this helmet this stream because I've modeled it, and we'll use ZBrush, which is new. Well, I don't really use ZBrush very much, so I'll be learning along with you guys, but I'm a big fan of ZBrush, actually. It's very powerful. The Mandalorian. Are you going to make Uruk Berserkers for Isengard? They are already in-game. You can play the Berserkers if you want. They were made by Enpremi. So yeah, they're already in there. Will you make a Q&A stream where you just answer questions? I mean, I guess this stream is for modeling. You are correct, LP. This is a bit of a modeling stream. And I don't feel like that we get enough questions for Q&A. Maybe now, because we do have a lot of new people that join the community. But at the moment, I'm not sure that is needed. But feel free to ask any questions now as well if you want to. So I can try my best to answer, you know, what I am allowed to answer and whatnot. Have you worked on shields? Oh yeah, shields are done. I've made a shield. Actually, I can show you right now. I haven't shown you guys the shield yet. Really, how do I get this mod? It's for Attila, right? Yeah, you need Total War Attila, and then in the link in the description of the stream, there's a ModDB link, and ModDB is where you can download the mod, right? And we have people in all over the Discord that can help you with, you know, all the settings and everything you need to get, like, to download it and where to put it. But there should be a pretty good guide on ModDB on how to download it and stuff, how to install it. But you do need Total War Attila, non-cracked. How do you actually learn everything? Did you teach yourself all the programming and the creation of 3D models? CA should have hired you. You have talent for it. Thank you. I genuinely appreciate that. So I'm not a programmer. Like, my programming knowledge is very limited. I know just a bit of Java and a bit of C++, or a bit of C++. In like trying to learn Python, but my programming isn't really useful for what I'm doing because I'm basically the 3D artist, one of the 3D artists. So I did teach myself all the software: Blender, ZBrush, Substance Painter, 3ds Max. So I did learn that myself, but it was fun, and yeah, you just take time and you learn, and that's all it is. Yeah, but no programming for your artist. Like you can you know, learn pretty quickly. It's not impossible. Like, we have a lot of interns and stuff and people that are learning and whatnot. Yeah, by the way, here's the shield sculpt. I'm a big fan. I like ZBrush. I wouldn't have been able to do this in Blender. This is the new shield for Tier 3. The old one was pretty awful in my opinion. So yeah, this is ZBrush. I'm still learning ZBrush, so bear with me. There's a lot of tools here. Yeah, so that's just the shield, and we'll get back to ZBrush to do to basically sculpt everything, right? Because this is going to be my new sculpting tool. But right now we're in the modeling phase, which is just making, essentially, yeah, just making all the models, or making the shape, the general, like, base shape of the model, and then from there we just add details and texture and whatnot, and then get ready for in-game. So yeah, I'm just trying to nail down the shape of right here, these kind of spikes. I guess they are kind of thinner. Just get them right. Django Fett, is Tier 3 only gonna have one shield variant? The plan in terms of model, maybe, yeah. Like it's starting to take a very long time to do this unit because everyone wants variation for every single thing, but that's like the equivalent of making like multiple units, right? So I will probably be taking some sort of shortcut that involves making some texture variations of the shield, but the shield is going to be the same shape. So maybe what I can do, I was planning to make a rusty variant, a clean variant, and also adding decals, and decals are essentially a texture you can put on the shield that's randomly kind of chosen. So I have a set of textures that just kind of go on the shield, and that's what I was planning to do for this. So there's variations, but in terms of model, I think I'm gonna have to leave it at 1 because just for really at the sake of time at this point, because I've already spent so long on this unit. It's really starting to, the time is really starting to pile up. Because this was kind of meant, the original project for this was just, you know, fixing some stuff for tier 3, you know, just kind of maybe replace the material or something like that. But then it turned into this whole thing that involves remaking and remodeling everything at a much higher quality than I've ever worked in. Because a lot of this is just still learning for me, right? I'm still developing as an artist or whatever. So, yeah, it's probably just some texture variants, but no model ones. Do you post in next time on Instagram some pictures? Do we post on our Instagram? Well, I'm not really in charge of all the socials. I'm not too sure if, I mean, if people really want, we can, I guess, post some of this stuff on Instagram. I know we do post some things. Not entirely sure though. I'm not very in tune with all the socials. I'm just making models whenever I get the chance. Because I've been I've been working on a lot of other stuff recently, like other projects unrelated to Rise of Mordor. So some exciting things as well, some technical things, some other art things, but a lot of technical, I think. Just because I am in an engineering degree, and so I also have another kind of technical side that I need to work on my own time, besides the artistic stuff. So man, I can't really say your name. Ozka. I'm not even gonna try, but yeah, I think you're exactly right. My kind of intention of that helmet was to be an archer helmet, you know, like because it's open face and stuff. Like here's the reference is right here. Literally this guy here. I know he's holding a spear, but I know what you mean. Like that's kind of what the idea was, to make an open faced helmet for archers. Because what I think is gonna happen is when the DB guys get this unit, right? They're gonna essentially, they have to split all these assets between archers, spears, and just infantry. Or split between archers, infantry, and spears. So they're probably gonna pick some variations to appear more. So maybe the open face ones are more in the archers, and some of the closed face ones are more in the infantry or the spears, right? Some of the chainmail, for example, there's a chainmail here, and I know archers won't have chainmail because this is a chainmail model right here. This has a chainmail texture on it, so that'll appear in infantry, but not in archers. Blue Man Group, Uruk, what? I may need a restatement on that, because I don't understand that question. What's up, Jake? What's up, Tom? And hi, Auntie. I know you're also in there. Thank you guys for showing up. Are you from the US? I'm from Canada. So close, very close. I will say I'm very close to the US. It's couple-hour drive. Joe Maloney, I would have liked to see two-handed halberd or shock version of this unit. The army was filled with them. That's not necessarily my choice. It all has to do. It's all very complex. All the balancing and stuff they're doing on the team. So I don't really have a say in that. Regardless, even if we were to add them, it wouldn't be very hard to add because all it is just changing some of the weapons. It's not very difficult if that change were to happen. So, wow, very nice helmet. So 4 different helmets, or is this for a different unit? Actually, yeah, everyone likes this helmet, so that's really good news that I decided to go for it. This is a 5th variation just for tier 3 in general, so you get 5 helmets. So there's a lot to play with there. There's also going to be texture variations as well for most of these assets, so there's going to be a lot of stuff. Let me check the file here. There's probably... Yeah, you want to see what we're dealing with? Look how many models I've made for tier 3. These are all different pieces of armor, and we're not done yet. So this is the current tier 3. I'm going to try to find the old tier 3. This was high poly and low poly of the old tier 3. This is old tier 3. High poly and low poly. This is the current tier 3. Mostly low poly. Yeah, there's a lot more stuff, so, and we're not done yet, so you guys are gonna get the variation that everyone wanted, okay? You cannot tell me there's no variation after. If someone complains about a lack of variation in tier 3 after this, I'm gonna lose my mind. You could just make a Goner plus play. No, we're not doing and I'm not doing. I already spoke about that. No scavenged items. It's unique tier 3. Do you see in this image a Gondorian chestplate or any sort of scavenged armor? If you don't see it, then it's probably not a good idea to do it. So you base it off of reference, and in my references, I see none of it. So I'm not going to do that. You gotta base it off what you see. I'm not gonna spend the effort to make a Gondorian chestplate, right, when it doesn't even show up in any of these movie references that I have. Based. Okay, dude. Yeah, so, yeah, I think the helmet has some sharp pieces, which are really nice, so that's good. Now, so there seems to be 4 plates, 3 of these sharp plates, and they kind of stick out a bit more. And they all kind of, yeah, okay. So maybe something like, I don't know, like this, just to bring it out a bit. And then after that, I'm gonna raise, I think, the poly count a bit of this. Okay, it sort of has that look, just from the low poly, which is good news. And his arm's like that. Okay, so. Although what this means is that basically these are further down the arm, I guess. Dividend, I feel like this would be the first game with good-looking Mordor orcs. Most games just made them up without looking at like the Mordor orcs from the movie. Yeah, I feel like, especially maybe in this rework, because I've spent, you know, a lot of time just trying to get it right, trying to get it, you know, accurate, because it's very hard. It's all very confusing and all very, like, visually, you can't see what connects where and what goes. But with Gondor armor, for example, it's pretty kind of simple, right? You kind of have a standard chest plate, some cloth, some pauldrons, right? You know, it's very clear and simple. But for Mordor, it's all chaotic variation. You don't know what plates are attached where and how what the breakdown of the armor is. You can't really see like how the plates go together, and they're all very spiky, and you just see sharp points everywhere. So it's very hard, but it's just, you know, taking time. So hopefully that it pays off, right? And it's rewarding, and it, you know, it looks accurate to the movie. So I'm gonna make this 4th plate here now. It's just got those kind of, it's kind of like this thing here, but a lot milder. So I'm just gonna take this and duplicate it, and then just essentially move it into position. best I can. I might have to scale it up a bit. And yeah, rotate it. Return to tradition. Imagine putting energy on this when you can expand and conquer Attila. Tools to make new maps units for legendary historic mods. Oh, you're the guy. Oh yeah, you're the guy that that's all into historical Total Wars. Well, that's not everyone's cup of tea, man. Believe it or not. And the tools we're making are usable by anyone anyway. Like, it's open source, I believe. I'm not too sure, but it is for the benefit of the modding community. But it just so happens to be a Lord of the Rings mod that came up with it, because I guess our team is just built different. Thank you for your work. Which love from Russia? No problem. Behind the scenes of the LTR movies, you would have a lot more references for you. Yeah, I have access to a lot of behind the scenes stuff as well, so I have there's a whole kind of gallery, but I'm looking for specific things. I'm not necessarily lacking on references. I already built the chest plate, and you know, most of the units are already done, so it's not that's not the concern. Okay, any questions? It's fine. Return tradition. He can say whatever he wants. Fine. There's nothing. He's not hurting anyone, and he's got an opinion, and he's entitled to it. Everyone's entitled to their own opinion. So. When will the campaign map be coming out? No date. Somewhere in the years. I think someone already answered that. The impressive Marcus Newman, yeah. Somewhere between a year and 2 years about. You know. We know it's possible and we're working on the tools for it, but it will take a while. Because we're doing a lot of stuff from scratch here that no one else has been able to do. There is a lot of work going into this, believe it or not. When this mod is finished, it's like its own standalone kind of game, you know. Very excited for the future. Hello from Russia, from Germany. Yeah. Dude, you're a hero. Thank you, I appreciate that. Well, I'm glad you guys do put as much effort in as you do. I wish more people would be exposed to this mod. It's growing. You know, we're building the community. We're building the community up, so... And hopefully more people will hear about it, and more people will be able to enjoy what we've all been working for, so it'll all be worth it at the end. You know? Like, we'll get people to play it, and especially a lot of people are kind of waiting out on the campaign. That's kind of the big thing, right? So, especially when the campaign comes out, it'll be some big news. You know, but we have to just build the campaign first, right? That's the first step. And so we are working on it. And the development team is also the biggest it's ever been. 30 developers. That's bigger than, like, you know, a lot of game studios. So it's a big team. Doesn't mean everyone's active 24/7, right, and working full time, but it just means it's just a guarantee, sort of, that progress is continually being made, because there were some very quiet times, right? So we just know that we have a bigger team now. People are learning and, you know, adapting, and stuff's getting done. Okay, wow. I mean, I think LOTR mod would be better in Three Kingdoms with their whole hero system and dueling and all, but I won't say no to LOTR mods in period. Oh, hello from South Africa. Okay, so on that topic, there's been a lot of discussion about which Total War game this should have been made of, but you have to realize this mod was created like over, you know, was, I think maybe 4 years ago it was started or something like that. It's very old, you know. It's the idea, like, people have been working on it for a very long time. It's just we've been making fast progress now. So, and it was originally Rome 2, and then we ported it to Attila. So yeah, it is little tough, and obviously we could have, you know, went to new games and stuff like that. But also, we all like a lot of discussion has been made in the team, and it's Attila is the game that we want to make it for. We feel that the features and the mechanics of Attila are better, and we're not everyone in the team is a big fan of the new mechanics and the way the game plays out in the new Total Wars, right? And there has been a lot of debate and stuff about, you know, different Total Wars, but at the moment, all I can say is that we're still continuing development for Troy. For Attila. We like the features of Attila better. The new games, not so much. And we've already been working on it for so long, and we're not going to redo all the work for nothing. Hello from South Africa. Okay, thank you for your work. I'm really enjoying it at the moment. Thank you, Silco. How long until this unit's finished? I couldn't tell you, but it's very close. We're okay. Let's see. So essentially, what needs to be done is this bracer, this helmet is finished, and this bracer. One more neck variation. One more chest plate variation. One more greaves variation. And I think that's it. I think that's got to be it. Yeah. So. Yeah. One chest plate, one neck, one greaves, and I'm finishing off right now the helmet and the bracer. I've already done the weapons and shields. And then there's just going to be some stuff like I have to do a bunch of rigging, which is going to take a very long time and a lot of stuff to do. And then making a bunch of texture variations, like besides the model variations. When this comes out, Divide and Conquer will pales in Altair. Yeah, this will be a big mod. It's got a big team. What game is this mod for? Total War Attila, not Troy. Attila. So you need a copy of Attila to play this. Campaign map would just really make it so much better. Yeah, but we are working on it, right? It's just got to get finished, so. There's no way to make it go faster. I mean, yeah, the mod's growing. I believe your channel had 4K subs 2 to 3 weeks ago, now 6K. Yeah, it is growing really fast, and there's a lot of new faces. You can see it in the Discord a lot. A lot of people with like the white names and stuff, meaning they're new to the Discord. You know, no roles. I love this mod so much. Glad that you do. Attila's the best game for this mod, no doubt. Yeah, that's what we figured. Will there be custom map for this mod? There already are a bunch of custom maps. For example, Battle of the Five Armies. We just had a stream for that. We just had a stream. It was Battle of the Five Armies with custom Dale and Erebor. Right? So, yeah, you can download those for sure. Links for most things are in the description. And ugly orc face variations, right? Yep, but believe it or not, well, I might be working on those, but we do have. I can give you guys a little, you know, a little leak, a little sneak peek. There is someone, a new team member who is working on the faces, and he's a very good sculptor, so it makes it perfect for him. Will low tier orc faces get changed? The only concern I have is I don't know if the clipping will work, because we also have to change the body for low tiers, because the head, you can see the body. In low tier, you can't see the body here. In this unit, you're only going to see the head. Everything else is armored, so the body also has to be changed. I couldn't tell you, but the plan is to change them. Like eventually, we will change them. I just don't know if it's going to come as soon as people are hoping. No, I'm not rushing. Just kind of states the obvious. Yeah. Yeah, orc faces need to change. Yeah, I think we've heard that loud and clear. What faction is next? Well, for me or because there's multiple factions being worked on, right? I'm not the only artist, so there are multiple factions being worked on, and if you look in previews, there's usually a lot of concepts and stuff being posted, and that should kind of give you, you know, a good idea of what's being worked on. I cannot show you any faces. I cannot. Okay, so I've made the spikes a lot milder. Now, the one thing I have noticed is this spike is a lot longer here. So let's do that. And then I'll probably make a lot more polys here. Yeah, just making sure this is all good. Okay. Now, I kind of want to extend these down to cover more of the arm, but I need a bit more polys for that, so let's do that. Actually, what I could do is I could just delete this vertex, extend this by a bit more, kind of like this. Yeah, I think that's good. What faction would you like to work on after eventually getting done with Mordor? I've actually played around with the idea of working on the elves, because it'd be a very different change in style. It'd be a lot more, I think, basic, a lot easier modeling, a lot more difficult sculpting. Yeah, I know going to bad seems like a very good option for me, given my experience with evil factions and orcs and whatnot. But there is still also a bunch of like Mordor stuff that needs to be done, because Mordor just wasn't really built right. Like, for example, all the lower tiers, I believe Frusti is actually gonna kind of work on that. I don't know. Javi Palin, I would refer to Trello for your question. If you don't see it in the Trello, then the answer is probably no. Yeah, just keep in mind, in the description we have a link to the Trello, and the Trello is essentially just, it shows, we have the unit board essentially. You can see all planned factions and units. So if you're wondering, oh, will I be able to play this and that and whatever, just look at the Trello and that should answer. John January, Dwarf Ram Cavalry. No, don't ask that question. Don't bring that up. There are some people who have some very strong opinions on Goat Cavalry. Just to answer your question quickly, no, there is not going to be Goat Cav. Unless someone makes a submod. But if no one makes a submod, then you're out of luck, unfortunately. Weta elves are so broke, as in they look really nice, or they're super powerful, or how does Mordor get the material for their armor and weapons? Like, how do I make them, or like lore-wise, or because I can answer for the material. The material was the current tier 3. So there, you'll notice a lot of the lower tiers have this really dark, black, grungy metal, dark metal, and that was one that was made by someone else, and it's a not terrible material. It's just didn't really work for the lighting, and that material, yeah, I just use that because I have something called Smart Materials, and it's just a way I can, in Substance Painter, which is the software I use, I can just drag the material onto the model, and it'll just apply the material. It's really nice and easy, that's Smart Materials. So there's a Smart Material for that I used, and that you'll notice that across all the lower tiers, and it just made the entire faction black essentially, which is a very, doesn't look very nice in game. So the current tier 3, there's some base kind of Attila almost materials, smart materials that have been made, and I just essentially modified them. I took one of the steel material and I just changed it up completely. I only used it as a base essentially, and essentially built up a material. And that material has gone through many variations. Like it was used for I think it was used for tier 3, the old tier 3, but I changed it so it looked better, less shiny. And then I essentially I made Morgul Legion, and then I changed the material for Guards of the Teeth to look better, and then I changed the material from Guards of the Teeth to make this tier 3, which looks better. So it's just constantly iterating the material essentially until it looks good. So that's the long history of the current tier 3 material, and I can show you guys what that looks like because I can open up my Substance Painter. No. This faction used to be in custom battles. This faction to be used in custom battles. Wait, an idea. A faction of heroes such as... No. We're not having heroes like that. I'm not sure what the full plan is on heroes. They're going to be added, like custom generals and whatnot. They're going to be in the game. Playable on the battlefield? Not sure. Or even, I don't know how they're gonna work it all out and stuff. Like, do you make a one soldier unit or whatever? You know, they've certainly talked about it. I know for sure, and they are planned, but not in the way you think. Okay. What about Dwarven Cav, where they ride on the back of other... Yeah. Why not at this point? Give them what they want. What changes, if any, will you make to Morgul Legion? None. Morgul Legion is a finished unit. And in my opinion, they look fine. They don't really need fix. Maybe they're not the greatest looking unit in the game, but they're not going to be changed. It's not bad enough to get a change. The only thing that might change is the head, because I made one variation head for Morgul Legion or whatever, but that might change when our guy makes a bunch of new orc faces. That's about it, though. Okay, now I need you to do the same thing on the other side. Yeah. Caden, I think Dividend has a lore kind of question regarding to your material question. A lore answer to your material question. Just directing you to there. Whoa, I didn't want to do that. How many are working on this mod? Have you divided the work all so that everyone has his area on what he's working on? Okay, yeah, so there's about 30 developers. Not all of them are active constantly. People are working and have stuff to do and whatnot. And yeah, usually when people apply, they apply for a certain position. We have things like testers and architecture, people who do architecture, people who do DB stuff, which is just a lot of balancing and whatnot and getting things into game and just dealing with the files, like it's database editor. Artists like me, which are a big part, or it's kind of, you know, the most time consuming thing, I think, in my opinion. And then we have some people working on the campaign map. So yeah, when essentially people apply for certain positions, and then we essentially kind of hire them or whatever, and then we usually let them pick what they want to work on. So new recruits or whatever will be like, oh, I'm interested in this or this. I know Frusty's dream when he joined the mod was to work on dwarves, so he worked on dwarves, and now you guys have Erebor, the entire Erebor faction, a few months later. That's usually how the process works. Yes, the work is divided, but not everyone's active, and we have a lot of interns as well, people that are learning, and maybe interns aren't, constantly active, or, or they learn slow, or whatnot, but... What is the music in the background? I think Tom answered that for you, and it's the official Rise of Mordor soundtrack made by Philip. You can find it, you can look it up, Rise of Mordor official soundtrack, and you'll find it on his channel, you find it on our channel. We have the songs kind of split up. Yeah, made by him, custom for us, for this mod, which is really sick. How will Sauron work? Not too sure how he'll work in gameplay. He's definitely a planned general, I think. Let me check. Yeah, a planned general, but my best guess is you'll see him on the campaign map, right? Custom general on the campaign map. That would be my best guess. But on the battlefield, I don't know what that situation, how that'll work. May I ask what I'm witnessing? I'm kind of new. Okay, no problem. So I'm currently modeling something for Tier 3 Mordor, and modeling is the process of making the basic shape, essentially. The shape you'll see in game. So the process is you model something, you 3D model. So a model is made up of multiple either points, faces, or edges. Kind of like a cube. A cube has kind of, 8 points, 6 faces. And I can move them around into basically any shape, and I essentially create a low detail shape of my model. So you'll notice here's the layout, the model for these tacets here, and then you do a process called UV unwrapping, which is essentially laying out your model flat so you can put a texture on it. Yeah, and then from there you basically project an image on the surface, and that gives you color. But then you can also project more than just a picture. You can put other information on those textures, stuff like how shininess and the bump, like how rough the surface is, stuff like that, and that'll essentially give you a realistic looking material. And so then you get a model with a material on it and a texture on it, so then it looks like a real thing. And then you can play in game as well. You rig it so that it moves with a skeleton, like in an animation essentially. Yeah, and then you can play it. So this is the modeling process, and I am just I'm just building the main shape, the basic shape. Now the last piece here is just a very simple piece here. So I have this kind of just on the side. I'm gonna bring this piece over, come back here, and then I don't need this because it's just simple. So something like this. Does that make this? Okay. Just making sure there aren't any doubles there or something like that. Okay. Okay. Awesome work. When think campaign mod will be updated? Not for another year at least. Sometime likely next year. No guarantees though, and no dates. Ancient Sicario, do you know when we're going to get some Gundabad trolls or even Mama Kill trolls are being worked on? So trolls are being worked on, and that'll be for essentially most factions and stuff, because multiple factions have trolls. Momokill are also planned, but you have to keep in mind that custom creatures especially are a big pain, because we have to make custom models and animations, and those take a long time, and our animation team isn't the largest, right? It's not one of our most developed kind of departments. So do I know when you're gonna get them? No. So I think that gives that kind of good ship we want. Kind of has an interesting curve to it that's not on the reference, but I kind of like it. So for what purpose are you modeling this character? So this is the physical shape that appears in the game, because this is what essentially you're watching here is development for a mod for Total War Attila. So it's like, I'm unsure if you're asking here because you're new to modeling, or if you're new even to the mod. Because this is a model for, this is the shape you see in a game, right? So you essentially, you have a shape that you make, and this is the shape, and then you put a texture on it so it has color. So shape and color, and then you can essentially see it on some sort of render engine, and that render engine being the game. Yeah, the impressive Marcus Newman. All this work and streams are to show development for the mod Rise of Mordor for Total War Attila. He's modeling a unit for Mordor. So this is, there's essentially tiers of just kind of soldiers, right? You know, there's upper tiers and there's lower tiers. You know, it's a higher end unit. And so this is tier 3, and there's 4 tiers. So these are the general kind of big army and main infantry of Mordor. Just making sure we're on the same page here in terms of, you know, the topic we're speaking about. Well, I think you'll notice that I already do have a mirror modifier going right now. Yeah, I know about symmetry. Don't you worry. The armor looks fantastic. Thank you, Ancient Sicario. I appreciate that. Oh, I did not mean to do that. Okay, and then I essentially just need to move this. So let's go. Because this is too close, I think, to the arm, essentially. Let me just check. I know these arms are not symmetrical because it was simulated, so it's not the tunic is not symmetric. So I just want to check, make sure there's no clipping. Yeah, see, look at this. Because the tunic is not exactly symmetrical because I simulated it. Yeah, there is a bit of clipping, so just gonna make sure that's not happening. I'm familiar with the game. I even own a copy. Do not know there's a new mod coming out. Well, I wouldn't say coming out. This has been Rise of Mordor has been in development for like 4 years, and it's been available for I don't even know, a few years now. It's, you know, out to download and play. So I wouldn't say coming out. I would say in development, in continual development. Yeah, I would suggest following Tom's advice. We do have, you'll notice we have a lot of links in the description. Everything you need to figure out about the mod, download the mod, join the Discord, speak with like-minded people. You know, I see the development in progress and stuff, so we do have all that available just in the links below. Okay, this will be a higher, it's going to be higher, this model is a little high detail, but that's something I wanted to do anyway, so. Oh, I need to go, I need to do all this. I was really worried, I'm like, where'd my plate go? I just had another piece of plate here. Ooh, okay. Looking forward to textures. I'm also looking to texture. I love texturing. That's probably my favorite part of the process because you get to actually kind of see the way it looks and stuff. Yeah, just like seeing the material come together and adjusting materials and whatnot. I'm a big fan of that. Okay. The Bannerlord LOTR team needs more artists. Yeah, I mean, I'm not too familiar about the size of their team, but consider joining them. I mean, you could pick up a skill or something and join. I mean, it's not terribly hard. It's not terribly difficult once you get the hang of it and stuff. Just get the hang of the tools. I will say, okay, this low poly is looking pretty good. It just seems, the only issue seems to be these go in pretty deep, but I do like what's happening. Also, they seem a little wider, so I'm going to widen them out on the model here, and then not make them so deep into it. That seems to be the best thing to do, just so they're not so like fine or thin or sharp. Okay. Holy, okay. When Mordor is done, will it complete new balanced again? As in, will we rebalance it? Probably not. This is only a visual rework for tier 3. It doesn't need to change anything balance-wise. They're still just working on balance. Like as new factions come out and stuff like that. And I don't really have a say in that. I'm just the artist, but what I'm working on right now is a visual rework, not a gameplay rework. In my opinion, this mod is and will be the greatest mod in history of gaming. I greatly appreciate that, Ancient Sicario. I do think this mod is special in regards to a lot of mods. Like, it is a lot of developers. It's like a full-size studio. We've managed to come this far and put up some real organization, some real good promotional work. You know, yeah, like it is pretty crazy. What, just a few people, you know, started with maybe like 4 people 4+ years ago, got to here now with thousands of you guys and maybe even hundreds of thousands of downloads. So, oh. Hey, I'm learning how to model in Blender. How do you make it where the 2 pieces of armor on the arms move together but in opposite directions on the arms? Is that sort of a rigging question? How do you model Blender? How do you make it where 2 pieces of armor on the arms move together? Jordan, I don't know if you're referring to a rigging question, or if you're just trying to move objects, or you're trying to make it move with the skeleton. I have no clue. You may need to be a little more specific, because that's a very general thing. Did I do this side? I can't remember. Can you tell me the name of the game? I'm not sure if we are talking about the same thing. Total War Attila. Yeah, so Tom has just answered it. This is Lord of the Rings overhaul mod for Total War Attila. That's the name of the game, Total War Attila, made by Creative Assembly. And this mod is called Rise of Mordor. and it is a Lord of the Rings themed overhaul for Total War Attila. Okay, I think that's good. Yeah, that's good in my opinion. I'm gonna save this. Will not suffer performance. I know, again, I had downloaded a mod for Rome to Gondor unit pack, and performance had dropped sharply in the game. Do you mean by the high detail comment I made? No, as long as I'm within... First of all, we're dealing in literally the tens of faces, which is nothing to your computer, so... there are ways, like, you'll notice when there's, like, significant... something very badly optimized. Like, but adding more detail, adding a few more faces for a lot more detail, but like if I'm changing a few faces, then it's not, your computer will not care. Like, it'll only really kind of add up if I'm kind of doing this, you know, along almost all the models on the body and stuff, or if the general, my general topology is not very, you know, optimized. But I'm still within the budget range of your computer, so that's good. Okay, I'm gonna save again, and I just have to model this kind of thing here, that's on a hinge of whatnot. Yeah, you see, it appears to be two straps, one here and then one there, and yeah, let's do that thing. Are you using Blender? Yeah, I'm using Blender. Mohammed. How many units are you planning to add? To Mordor or to... in general? Just a general note for everyone who's watching. If you have questions related to units, just what will be in game and what not, we have a link in the description that goes to our Trello, and the Trello board essentially just has all our planned factions. So you can see everything we're planning to add down there. So just feel free to check that out. I know there's another question I'm looking at right now. Will you add an Angmar faction, for example? It's not on the Trello, so that means the answer is no. So the Trello is a very good base point for very good base point for knowing what's going to be in game. Okay. It means like when you add two objects, but they're mirrored, I think. Yeah. So what I've done. So if that's the case, if that's what he's asking, then there's modifiers, right? Essentially, you can add modifiers to an object, and modifiers make big changes to your objects. And what I've done is, you'll notice this orange point here is the origin point of a model. That's the origin point, and so putting a mirror modifier will reflect whatever your object is across this origin point on a certain axis that you choose. So I could do it on the Y and Z axis. And so this is essentially mirrored in every way, but I only want it mirrored on the X. If I only want it on the Y, it'd mirror it across this, right, like here. On the Z, it'd be down here, but I'm mirroring it on the X. So that's the case if that's what he's asking. I agree with Sicario. It's the ultimate mod. The quality Lord of the Rings deserved. It's be fantastically detailed. Yeah, we're trying our best. Is it possible for you to show what they will look like in game at the end of the stream, as Frucy did with this Haradrim? I can't wait to see those bad boys. That involves taking this model through. First of all, that involves me rigging everything and exporting it, which I have not done yet or started yet. So that takes a very long time to do that for everything. So that will likely not be the case. Also, I don't want you guys to see it in game because I want you guys to see it in game when it's ready to play. So I haven't done that process of rigging it and exporting it. It's only really up to the texture phase for all these models, so I can't do those. I can't do that. Pretty much all the models came directly from the movies, or do you guys model some out of your interpretation of the book? I think Tom answered, we take our visuals mainly from the movies, but our rosters are modeled around the lore from the books. Also, Yeah, essentially, if there is a unit that we're planning along the lore, and we don't have visuals for it, we try to refer to the book as best as we can. Yeah, but mostly visuals are from movie. Tom are from the movies, so Tom is right on that note. Are any of the factions already nearing completion? Yes. Erebor is like essentially done. Gondor is finished. Dale's finished. Isengard, I think, is almost finished. Dunletting tribes, I think it's currently a bunch of placeholders. Mordor is getting there. Easterlings are also have a lot of work done on them. Woodland Realm, I think a lot of our factions are actually have like a lot of tiers kind of filled up, right? It's just missing. They're just missing some units here and there and stuff, stuff to fill in. But like, yeah, a fair amount of them are like maybe 3/4 of the way. Would you consider retexturing Servants of the Eye, especially the clothes? They do look kind of like rubber. I didn't make Servants of the Eye, so I don't know if that's really my job. I would need all the files. I'd need to talk to the original person that made them and get all their files and stuff if I wanted to redo it. So I don't know if it's just better that if they need to redo it, or I would need all their files and stuff to be able to redo it. And I don't know if they want it redone or whatnot. So I usually try not to touch other or work on other people's units unless I'm completely redoing it, and everyone's kind of agreed on that. When you copied the armor plate on the forearms and when you were moving into position, I noticed it was happening on the opposite arm as well. Sorry, I can't think of how else to describe it. Yeah, so I answered. So yeah, I think what's his face? Zarn? I don't know. Zarn 13. Yeah, address that. So I have something called a mirror modifier. And it reflects whatever you do to a model. So I have a model. There's this red-orange point right here at the origin. Right here. That orange point there is the origin point of this model. So every model has that. When I create a new object, a UV sphere, you'll notice it has this orange point that moves with the model. That is the origin point of this model. Now, what you want to do is you want to take your model, you want to delete half of it, and then you want to go to this wrench here, that's the modifiers tab. You add a mirror modifier, and it essentially mirrors it. And you can select the axis you want to mirror it on. Well, Y and Z look like nothing because it would make no change, because if you mirrored it on the Y, if you're mirroring it on the X, you're mirroring it across this vertical line here. If you're mirroring it on the Y, you're mirroring it like I don't know, like this. So it would make you're essentially mirroring this across like this line. So then it would have no change because your model is already here, and then the Z is the same thing. So, but that's the modifier. It's the mirror modifier, and it mirrors across this orange point. So you can do this, or you can do like this, and then you can turn on something called clipping. This check marks here, and that essentially means when they touch, they can't pass. You can't go on the other side, and it creates a seam down the middle. So that is a mirror modifier, and that's what I'm using to edit one side and the other at the same time. And I'm also using a thickness modifier, or it's called solidify, and that essentially means I only have to change the top plane, and then it automatically gives me a thickness, like kind of like plate armor. This is a really helpful thing to know. I consider myself to how it was done. Yeah. There's plenty of modifiers that make life a lot easier for you. If you know how to use the modifiers, you can model a lot quicker. I've already cut off maybe 3/4 of the work I'd have to do modeling. Imagine if I had to model this and then model the other side, and then also get all the thickness out of it. It'd be a lot of work, but modifiers do it all automatically for me. I think Servants of the Eye look fine. I doubt they'll be redone. Are you going to add Momokill? It's planned for the future, but custom creatures take a long time because of animations. They are planned, but not at the moment. What is the most nerf-wrecking nerve-wracking. I think, is that what you, yeah, nerve-wracking to do when making this awesome model. Ooh, like, what's just the most annoying thing? Getting this model ready for the high poly. You'll see what I mean. I don't know, I've kind of just come to enjoy the entire process. There used to be certain aspects that I hated, but you just kind of start enjoying all of it. Like, I like making the model for it, and I like the texturing. The UV unwrapping isn't very hard and doesn't take very long, and then the texturing phase is fun, so. So I'm gonna make straps now, the leather straps. So I noticed that, in this case, the strap is on top, and there's a little bit of a buckle there. So let's do that, and it's going to go to this plate here. Okay, man, I'm really curious, how do you manage to balance college with art? I'm kind of in the same position, although in my case I just feel like I have to give up art for uni stuff. Well, because the way my school works is I have something called co-op, and co-op essentially means that I work one term and then study another, so I just work a job related to my degree, which is like engineering, so I have an engineering job. One term, and then study term one term. So I'm currently on my co-op, so I'm just working like kind of like a 9 to 5. So I basically get weekends off because I'm working, right? But if I were in my study term, I would not have time whatsoever to do any of this. So I would not have time to work on this, and I won't have time to work on this when May comes around, because that's when I'm going to be back studying again. So I really only have until May to get as much done as I can, because I can't work on this and at school. Oh, what? I want, that's what I'm looking for. What about the trolls? Also planned. They're also being worked on, but once again, they take time. They're closer to being done than Momokill. Like, they're being animated right now. Like, they're modeled and they're textured and whatnot. They are just currently being, animated, so yeah, they are being worked on, but they're not in game yet. So let's make these straps. I'm not going to put the straps on top. I think I'm going to put them underneath, just because this thing is so... Actually, you know what? Let's do it. Screw it. What is your favorite unit to make and to play? Guards of the Teeth. My favorite to make, yeah, was Guards of the Teeth, and I like playing Guards of the Teeth as well. They're really cool. What will be the difference between the elves of Linden and Rivendell? I'm a high elf fanboy, so I'm curious how they'll be different, seeing as they're basically the same people otherwise. I think that question would be best answered by Manu. I don't think I'm in the position to answer that, seeing as I'm not the one very associated with the elf faction. So I can't really answer that for you. Yeah, and also, once again, our Trello does have all the information. And we also, I think we fill it in with lore as well. All the units and stuff. So yeah. Once again, thank you, Tom, for promoting the Trello. Because that does solve a lot of questions. Because a lot of your questions, guys, is a lot related to, you know, what will we see in the game in terms of, you know, what units and what factions. And that's perfectly reasonable. How many polygons is the average is the average more Attila's engine? How many polygons is the average? I don't know exactly what your question is, but I know you're just asking about poly count, and we usually, well, this is not very low because a lot of stuff is done by the normal map, right? This is all model, but this will look a lot better when we add textures to it. So you can hide a lot of your your model imperfections or whatever with a texture, like a lot of it. Oh, you know, I have an idea. I might just, instead of making the straps here because they're so annoying to model, I might just make them in Marvelous. That's an experiment. Why don't we try an experiment? We'll see what happens. But in terms of poly count, an entire unit should take up anywhere between 8 to 15,000 faces, or quads. Quads being a face with 4 sides. So about double, and each quad is 2 triangles, right? You can always take a quad and split it into 2 triangles consistently. So about 16,000 to 30,000 triangles you can have in your model. That's our kind of budget area that we work within on the units. A lot of us kind of go under, just for performance, or even just it's easier or whatnot. I think on the screen right now, what you're seeing is, this is at the bottom right here. I'm at 11,400 faces. That includes quads and triangles, like the combination of the two. So most of them being quads, so which is still within the budget. I'm about 4,000 away, and then I go over budget. So yeah, I think that answers your question, Ignacio. Like, it's somewhere between 8 to 15,000 quads per unit. I'm at 11,000 this entire unit, and this unit is pretty complete. It's got like everything on it, so that's perfect in my opinion. It's like right in the middle. Thank you, Jose Pablo Rodriguez Martinez. I just wanted to come by and say for doing this game and spending so much time of your time. I think you deserve to hear this from all of us fans. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you, Jose. I'm glad that you enjoy it. I forgot to model this piece here. Let's do that, and then I'm gonna work on the helmet, I think, and then also try that Marvelous Designer thing to get the straps. Sorry, one last question. No worries on the questions. When you were selecting half the model, it seems you seems to have selected the half behind that you weren't viewing. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm in a wireframe. So if you go to edit mode and then you press Z, it'll bring up this little menu here, this little gizmo thing, and there's a shortcut for here. It says for wireframe. So if you press Z, I can essentially do this, right, where I quickly switch between. This is like a lighted mode, right? Solid mode. This is material preview. This is wireframe. So you go to wireframe, which is on the left, and then you can essentially select through your objects, right? So that's essentially what I've been doing. Just going into wireframe view. And no problem, Jordan. Feel free to ask away. Just got here. Is that another new helmet? How many variants is that? Yeah, Matt, this is the 5th helmet, the 5th variation. And everyone seems to be picking up on it, and everyone seems to really like it, so I guess it was a good choice to make it, I guess. Everyone likes it, so we're going with it. Are you actually a game dev IRL? No, I'm not. I have worked on a few games on my own, just being a friend of mine, or me alone sometimes. Didn't get very far, but I usually just do kind of 3D art, and I've done just little projects for games and stuff like that. Sometimes make my own games, sometimes make art for other games, sometimes, and then work on this mod for this game, and then make models for other stuff, for animations, for personal stuff, whatnot, for projects, 3D printing, etc. But I'm not an actual dev. How long did it take you to learn how to use Blender? it took me, well, I've been using Blender for like over 5 years, but it doesn't take that long to learn it. I did most of my learning in like the past 2 to 3 years, but anyone could learn it and get pretty good at it if you were dedicated to your craft in about a year. Like if you took a year and sat down and learned, you'd be mid to high tier in a year if you dedicated to it. But I've just been using it for a while, and so I'm a slow learner, so it took me a long time to get the hang of it. But if you just put time into it, it's you can learn it pretty quick. And there's a lot of great tutorials out there. Do I rig the models? I do rig my models in 3ds Max, and that's it's annoying, but I do rig them. We don't have like a rigger that does it for us. It'd be kind of cool if we did, because I don't like rigging, but it'd be a terrible job. Okay, so I'm just making this little kind of overlap piece here that's a little spiky. It looks like that. So I'm just gonna add a bunch of loops. So Control R, and then what? It's not working. Oops. Control R. Okay, there. Now I'm thinking like this, then like this. Needs to be something like this, I think. No, I just need to make sure I have a middle. Yeah, that's a middle piece. Gives almost a baseball helmet vibe. Yeah, a bit. It was made for archer units, so shooting things pretty fast. So pitching arrows instead of baseballs. Now I just need to go S Y. Oops. Now I just need to get that. It's kind of this shape. Actually, I want the fall off to be like that. That's kind of good. I think that's kind of cool. It's got this is a good profile way of making it, and then just this, just to make it a little sharp. But it only needs to be sharp on one end, I think. Something like this, and less like this. Awkward Saxon rigger, yeah. It's, what else do you call it? I guess someone who rigs. Doesn't sound the nicest, but I think just a bit. I can think of 5 different companies looking for your talents right now. I don't know. There's still a lot of things in my skill set that needs to be ironed out. It's not all perfect and stuff, right? There's still a lot of stuff I need to learn, and I'm trying to learn. If I had the money, I would hire you. Now, I appreciate that, Maxim. That's very kind of you. Now I'm trying to think of. So this definitely needs a few polys this way, like this. I think that's enough. I should be able to do it. I really like this. I should have used this fall off setting sooner. It's perfect. Gives me that perfect sphere. Fall off. Yeah, it's looking like. Yeah, it just seems to be. Yeah, okay. It's the same thing across. It's just they kind of come out a bit. Things jut out a bit. The new helmet variation braces are dope. Keep up the amazing work. Thank you, PVC3. Can we ever get archers to shoot like in Warhammer 2? I haven't played Warhammer 2. How do they shoot? I know there is a new patch. We changed archers in a new patch so they shoot a lot faster. so they're not useless. If that's what the fix you're looking for, then it's already been made, but other than that, I don't know. Let's go smooth. Like this. I think that's good, and then I'll just put it into place and then make those little spikes and stuff. Sculptor and rigger is not that easy to find these days. Well, those okay, sculptor, yeah, you need, and I think there's a lot of, if you go on ArtStation, a lot of people are just sculpting on ZBrush, so I don't think there's a huge lack of sculptors. Riggers, I don't think you're gonna find very many of them, but also they do have like character riggers and stuff like that in companies, I guess, because it's not a very fun thing to do unless some people have some sort of passion for it. Like, I mean by rigger, I mean, in my case, we're talking about someone who just simply maps the model to the bone, but there are people who rig, who build the skeleton, and that's a very different thing. I know how to build a skeleton, but it's not very good, right? It's not a great, like, we have someone who can do that, who's much better, who can actually, like, make custom skeletons and stuff. But in terms of rigging, all I'm doing is just mapping the models to the bones. That's it. And I'm not, Ignacio, I'm not likely gonna work in 3D art. I am already working towards an engineering degree, and that's what I'll likely be doing. But this is still a fun hobby I like to do on the side, and I enjoy it, so I'll probably keep at it. But I doubt I'll get I'll work at a company. Whoops. Okay. Let's just space these out evenly, like so. And actually, these should be the other way because I'm going to put a bolt of sorts. Radoslaw, will orcs get more face model variations compared to other races? Yep, there's already someone working on them as we speak. And I might also pitch in and give some help as well because I wouldn't mind sculpting a bit. Okay, 1 second. I need to save right now before I lose everything. Ooh, that trello board thing is pretty cool. Are you also planning on making it so the orcs are kind of bent over, Don Raven King? No, we're not, because that involves remaking all the animations, which we're not going to do, because we don't have a big animation team or mocap suits, so that's not worth the work. What kind of engineering degree are you going to get after you finish your studies? I'm currently working towards it's a mechatronics degree. It's like a mix between mechanical, software, and electrical. It's kind of a bit of everything, but it's mostly stuff for like robotics and whatnot. That's kind of the realm I'm working in. So yeah, maybe some control systems and stuff like that. I like the mechanical side of it, like the design, using CAD and stuff like that, so that's fun. Someone might have asked, but how many more streams do you think the completion of this model? Like 2 more? I really don't know. I said I was gonna like stop streaming this unit like a while ago because I'm like, oh, it's gonna be finished by next week, or you know, I don't know if I'll stream again because maybe I'll finished it by then or gotten to the boring phase, but it's just that people keep asking for new variations or new plans come up. I'm like, oh, we need to add this and this, and like, so I kind of the work kind of keeps piling on. So I just decide to stream anyway if I have something to do that's interesting. I don't know how many more streams I'll be able to milk out of this unit, but well, these guys are way too big. Need to scale them on the X here. So my answer to you is inconclusive, because I don't know myself. Don't know why this is. Is it that hard to? Damn. Okay. Kind of want to scale it like. Don Raven King. Ah, okay. I was just curious. Yeah, no problems. Yeah, it's don't be, you can ask questions. Like anyone, if you have questions, feel free to ask. And even if like, yeah, a lot of questions are repeated, but it's not. It doesn't matter because like it's not a big deal if someone already asked your question, or you know, because maybe you weren't there at that time or something like that. It's like, what can you do about it? So. I think that's good, but first thing I'm gonna do is just move these out of the way and just move things into place. So it's like this. Make sure it's on that piece of plate and move this up a bit. I think that's good. Something like that. That's good. And then I'll add these little kind of creases almost on the hand there. Definitely appreciate the attention to detail, however long it takes. Rise of Mordor will be worth the wait. Thank you all for your time and hard work. Thank you, Duran. Appreciate the comments. Okay. So okay, this is stupid. Okay, there we go. So I'm just gonna essentially do this. This. Because I think it's mostly gonna be sculpted. Those kind of creases, but still. I want to kind of get them in there. There are a lot more. I think those will be done in the sculpt. Actually, let's do it in the model. Screw it. Screw it. Screw it. This is going to be a higher detail than normal piece, but whatever is needed to make it look right, you know. I can probably optimize somewhere along the line. There's definitely some places that don't need all the detail. So do this. And we'll do the same thing here. And then the same thing on that side. And then we'll also kind of exaggerate it in the sculpt, which I don't know if we'll be able to do that today. That's good. Oh, that increases too much. Halubalu, no disrespect intended because you are good at this and the details next level, but do you think you are a bit too much of a perfectionist sometimes? And is it ever to be your detriment, or are you proud? I'd be proud AF. I don't know. You have to consider, I've been doing this for a long time, so for the longest time I've kind of been cutting corners, right? So I wouldn't consider myself a perfectionist, maybe even just kind of the opposite. It took me a long time to get to spending this much time on an asset because I would try to cut corners before. You should see with some of my first models, they're atrocious. But it just, now that I know what I need to do to make it look nicer, you know, like what it takes, I'm spending the time because I know that the difference in my mind. I know that it makes a difference to spend this much time to make it look this good. Also, this is a rework unit, so it's got to be done right, or else that would really suck if I made a rework unit and then people complained about it, right? Because would it then need a third rework? I hope not. You know, let's get the creases on this. Let's get those creases. I want the hard shading. Okay, that's good. There we go. That orc looking fine, not gonna lie. He do be looking fine. I hear that, and who doesn't want to be proud of their work? I like it. Yeah, like, I don't know, like, I want to take time with this unit. Like, this unit, I guess, it's meant to be also kind of a statement to myself, you know, that I can improve a lot and make something that, you know, looks good, you know, something that people can enjoy, because really it's been, a lot of progress has been made in the past few units. Like, the 2 units I made before this were Guards of the Teeth and Morgul Legion, and then before that was Tier 3. So Tier 3, current Tier 3, which is pretty awful. Then it goes to Morgul Legion, which is a significant improvement, but still, you know, alright. And then Guards of the Teeth, which I think is one of my better, like a pretty good piece of work of mine, like quite good. And then hopefully this will take the cake and pass Guards of the Teeth, even, like, which is also, I think, super cool, and I'm super excited for. Okay, so next thing, I think I'm gonna take a break from the bracers for a bit, because I think this is a model well done. One second, so I'm just looking through some stuff right now. One second. Okay. Okay, so let's work on let's texture this helmet. Let's do a bit of ZBrush. Yeah, don't worry. I'm saving. I'm saving. This is looking like it'll be the running for the best assassin in the game, and Gondor has always been my favorite, but I think it'll be close now. You know, Gondor has held up pretty well. Like it was made well the first time. It was made right. Gondor is probably the oldest faction in the game. That and Dale. So the fact that Gondor till now looks this good is, you know, that just says that it's holding the test of time. It still looks good right now. But I'm hoping Tier 3 can take the cake, you know, beat out a lot of the other factions. I'm excited. I think that'll be pretty cool. It should be pretty movie accurate. Like I think, like let's take a little comparison. Let's look here. These tassets I've seen everywhere. Let's find a hip level. Yeah, like the tassets. This is the shape you see here. It's all the same on all of them. They all have the same tassets. So there's a little unorganized on some of the guys. Tassets, we can confirm pretty clearly that they're in the movie. This, not so much. It's just kind of, you know, brief. I guess it's just mail, right? That goes around the waist. That's pretty general among the units. We got chainmail going. The chest plate took a lot of time, but I think I got it nailed down. I think it's right in terms of the look. Same thing with the pauldrons. I think the pauldrons are also very film accurate. The greaves, I've only made one variation, but I'm pretty sure these guys are also film accurate. They look like these guys here. I could probably remake another shoe thing, because there's that little spike on the bottom. I might change that. Yeah, helmet. I think you guys can see where that came from. And so the other helmets, I think they're also accurate. And then making these bracers. The other bracers I made were also kind of there, but just not very, they're kind of basic, so this one's a little fancier. And then this hand model, it's just basic gloves with armor on them, so nothing fancy there, and it doesn't really matter. A lot of these guys just have normal gloves, but, you know. Halu Balu, yeah, honestly, your abilities and skills have improved so much, like you even set the bar so high now, you might even scare off others. If you're good work, man, back to the shadows I'll watch from. I appreciate that, man. I genuinely appreciate it. Hopefully this unit will pay off. Is that the only new helmet? New one, yeah. So we have like the 4 other ones. So I can show them off. Have I renamed this helmet? Yeah, I have. So there's this helmet, this new one, and then the other 4 are this one, which is I also like. I think this one's good. This one, I like this one as well. I like the style of it. It's not very complex per se. Where's helmet 3? This one, very basic, but still catches the look, I think. And this one, which I think that's based off of like this guy here, yeah, basically. Just without the big horn, because the horn stands out too much. But yeah, and then some neck variation. I'm planning on adding one more, and that shouldn't be too hard. Oh yeah, here's the high polys. So this is what the low poly looks like. Okay, what is this? Okay, that's the. And this is what the high detailed version of it is. It's just gonna look like this. Right, just that wrinkly cloth. This is another one. So let's look at it like this. Yeah. So there will be plenty of variation. And then there's this one, which is very similar to the other one, but just with armor. So he'll look extra, you know, extra thick with it, right? He'll be a heavy one. Yeah. Okay. Let's sculpt the helmet, the new helmet actually. So. Are there going to be any shiny orcs? Might not be Lord Flenley, but he doesn't love Link. No, it's probably not Don Raven King. Everything here is supposed to be lore. Do you mean like the armor? Like the armor is supposed to be shiny, or the orc themselves? Like if you're talking about like shiny armor, still probably not. Like it's just gonna look general like this dark kind of steel, bluish steel. I just got here and I don't know if someone asked this already, but how are the trolls coming along? We're still working on them. Animations are still being produced for them. But yeah, they're modeled and made and stuff, and I'm pretty sure you guys knew that. They're just in the process of being animated. I once made a bow in Blender, and I was really proud of it. Now I see this, and it makes the bow look like Chalpa. Okay, well everyone starts somewhere, and you know, like you can't compare yourself to others. That's like one of the worst things you can do as an artist. You can take inspiration from others' works, but don't. Yeah, you can't be harsh on yourself, because I could just go on ArtStation right now and I would be humiliated. I would, you know, the things that other people make, like crazy, like literally borderline insanity. So you can't, you know, it's not always the best to compare yourself to others, because there will always be someone who's like more talented than you at something like that, but you can't really do anything about it. You just gotta improve on your own. Can you set the frequency of what assets appear? Yes, you can. I think you can, Don Raven King. Don Raven King, yeah, we're not full silver with gold trim. No, that's a no. Maybe like as an Easter egg, that would be funny, but that's not. Yeah, that's not gonna happen. Maybe it appears like once in a blue moon in one of the units. That'd be kind of funny, but that's probably not gonna happen. Will there be tier 4 infantry for orcs? I'm gonna look at the trailer right now, and I know there's guards of the teeth. That's tier 4, and that's infantry, but it's not sword infantry. Tier 4 is, oh yeah, guards of the teeth, and yeah, I think the one you're thinking about is Uruk bodyguard, which is one of these two guys, maybe both. Something like this would be the tier 4 infantry. But there's guys of the teeth which are already in game, and servants of the eye. Yeah, and I can show you guys the reference images I had for guards of the teeth. This is what I based it off of, and I think it's, you know, fairly accurate. This was the reference, other than the helmet. I changed the helmet. But this is what Guards of the Teeth was based off of. And I think it's pretty accurate in game, so. Now we're finishing up Mordor at tier 3. So yeah. Okay. So we're gonna sculpt this, so we just need to get it UV unwrapped essentially, which is the process of getting it ready to lay out flat, I think, basically. Okay. Is this too thick if I do this? Yeah, that's way too thick. That looks ridiculous. Yeah, okay. That's good. Actually, let's make it like, I don't know, 7. Oh, frozen, okay. That's good, okay. And then I'm just gonna save one more time and then apply this so that nothing goes wrong. I meant like, yeah, Ragnarok, will you add a cape to Guards of the Teeth in the future? Yeah, that seems to be the plan. That's very highly requested, so it's not very hard to do as well, so I'll do that. I'll try to get that for the next patch. So, will Uruk Bodyguard be exclusive for the general? Like, will be a cap 1? I think so. I do believe that's the case. I think so, yeah. That's likely what's going to happen. So yeah, guards of your teeth are your kind of. You also have a limit of those, but that's like your. Your army essentially of tier 4, because tier 4 is supposed to be very, 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 very special. It's the highest. You're not supposed to get many of them. Will Dol rework? They look too dark for me. Yeah, I know what you mean, Maritsu. They are quite dark, and I think the armor does look quite nice for them. So yeah, maybe a material change should be made, but I didn't make them, so I can't really say. There's no rework in that's planned that I know of. Yeah, I share that opinion as well, that the material is a little dark, but I didn't make them, and I don't really have control. But yeah, I think the models are good on them. Just deleting these inside faces that you will never see in game. Like if I go here, you will never see the orange. You can see bits of the orange, but if you're in game and you're playing like this, even like this, you're never gonna see this orange bit. So I'm just getting rid of them, just because they're extra faces. And also, like, there's more I could get rid of, but I'm not even gonna bother. I would love to see fully plated 15th century medieval style dismounted swan knights, probably in a submod. Yeah. Maybe. You could probably find someone that's willing to do that. Just trying to think about... Yeah, so these guys... This here could also remove some of this. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm just gonna do this. Okay. Just so this is easier. Make it extra thick, better head protection. This is thick enough. This is thick enough. That's pretty thick steel. Like, versus thick armor, like you're not gonna find that in real life. That's so much material, and like wasted and stuff, and that'd be so hard to forge and whatnot. That's incredibly thick. This is great. Guards of the Teeth are one of my favorite units, but with a cape and maybe a hood like the Mouth of Sauron wears, they would look so even. Yeah, I'm gonna add a cape. There's not gonna be a hood. The hood requires there to be a tunic, so the hood goes into the tunic. They already have a bit of cloth on the head to cover the top of their bald heads, but there's no cape. There's no hood. It's going to be cape only. Also, I kind of like the spikes sticking out and stuff, so I'm gonna keep it that way. Yeah, they're really dark. Yeah, the little doors is a little dark. Any news on the troll units? I already told you, Alpha Wolf Pack. I think above when you asked this last time. They're being worked on. They're currently being animated. That's the progress report on them. They're modeled. They're textured. But now they're being animated. So give it a bit of time. Give it at least a few patches. So yeah. Still being worked on. Okay. Okay, so this is ready. We just need to UV unwrap. And since this is mirrored, like, I'm going to mirror it and just have the UV unwrapping mirrored. Yeah, no problem. No problem. Just making sure. So you didn't miss it this time. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, models are awesome. Keep up the amazing work. Thank you. Don't say this disgusting word here. Are you referring to thick? The dull golden texture would be nice if someone could add the appearance of the movies from them. In the movies, they had this blue-green copper look. Yeah. I don't know. And I don't think a material change would be terrible. I'll see. I can ask. I know it's Sloanus, I think, who made him. He's I think an animator now. We'll see. Just wanted to thank you for all your work. No problem. No problem, man. Okay. So let's just unwrap this so we can get to the skeleton. Because that's the fun stuff. That's where the fun begins. Okay. So it's pretty clear here how I want to split this up. So I'm essentially going to have, I'm creating seams where I'm going to cut. I'm essentially looking at this and how can I essentially get flat paper pieces out of this, and I see one as soon as this thing stops lagging on me, like right here. I can lay that out flat into one piece. Just lay it out flat, a bit like so, and put a texture image on that. And I can also do it here. This word is made by the Antichrist to make fat obese people feel better and increase gluttony in the world. Stop joking about it. Hot take, hot take. I like that answer, Ahmed. That's funny. Great work. Thank you, Gabriel. Gabriel, I appreciate that. I'm essentially just gonna have seams all the way down the middle. Okay, one more. Will there be warg units in the future? They're planned, but they're not. What I can tell you is they're not very. We're not very far with them, like progress-wise. So, give it some. Don't expect them anytime soon, but they are planned. Okay, let's take off. We don't need the head anymore, so same thing here. This can all be laid out flat. So. Just selecting the outer edge, essentially, and then I can just mark seam. Bam, that's going to be laid out flat, and then we'll do the edge. So then what I can also do is I can always just also lay out this interior face. This interior face can be laid out flat, like so. Okay, 1 second. Yeah, and feel free to ask questions. No one should be worried about asking questions. No problems at all. I'll try my best to answer questions. The Trello link is in the description. Yeah, Trello links. That's where all the planned units are. I think. Yeah. So if you were wondering about wargs or trolls or anything that's in the Trello unit roster, that means it's planned to be released in game. Excited for Rohan though. Can't wait for that update. That'll be a while down the truth. A while down the road. Unfortunately. Yeah, Hyantia has just kind of only started Rohan, so it'll be a while. But yeah, I think everyone's looking forward to that. Okay, so that's unwrapped. So let's do this thing. What's okay? Just gotta make sure there's nothing. Okay, we're good. Isn't it in the description, the Trello link? Yeah, it is. Whatever sync his ship, he might be one of the weird new generation. I think it was irony. I can't confirm though. I would need Okay, let's this can also be laid out flat. Okay. Let's end the debate about the meaning and deep philosophical reasons why people use the word thick, and let's leave the chat just for, you know, for questions and whatnot. Okay. That's good. And last is this main, and just these back plates as well. So let's go like this. And we don't have an inside interior face, which is nice and easy. I don't like unwrapping bowl-shaped stuff because, believe it or not, bowls don't really unwrap nicely. Something like this should do. That should do the trick. And then just we need to put seams. One seam along the middle. I think that's good. Yeah. Okay. And then these pieces. Actually, I'm gonna get rid of these. I'll just go clear seam. Or not, okay. Where is it? Yeah, I don't want seams there because I'm gonna make them one full thing. Next question, how does Orcs reproduce an LTR? JK, don't answer this. Anything unique planned for the officer of tier 3? Probably a banner on their back, attached to their back. Maybe a cool helmet or something. Or a cool chest plate, I'm not sure. Still haven't looked too far into the future in that, but I know they probably will have a banner like attached to their back, I think. Or somewhere. So I think this is, we can, first of all, let's save, take off the mirror modifier, do the unwrapping of those back plates, and then send this over to ZBrush. Okay, let's switch. This is switching the direction of the conversation queue. Is Lothlorien also some ways down the road? Yep, it's also in the Trello. It is sort of being worked on. Tricky question: how do you think the mod will be the next year? Well, probably a lot closer to finishing. Probably a lot of factions finished. Campaign map approaching finishing. We'll probably start working on more niche and smaller features that people kind of want. Maybe little thing I have no clue, but maybe little things like adding some cooler animations or a lot more custom buildings and stuff like that, you know. And maybe going back and fixing, probably a lot of reworking on units. I think a lot. People will start going back on their units and just fixing everything, you know, polishing everything up for the release. Okay, so hard to say what the future will be like, but I know it'll just involve there being a lot more progress. Okay. And actually what I can do, I can just do this and this is a smart way to do it. I can unwrap it like this. Bam. Okay. Yeah, this one will probably have to be done by strips. Oh. I can see that chat has just gone down a whole rabbit hole on Orc and Uruk breeding, so I'll leave you guys to it while I work on this. Oh. Okay, save, and then let's export. Okay. Let's, what did I do? Okay, there. All unwrapped. Save one more time. I just have a weird habit. I just keep clicking save. Oh yeah. Make sure you go to the Discord, people. Anyone who's not in the Discord, join the Discord. It's in the link. The link is on the top of the chat. It's pinned. Join the Discord. Okay, unwrapping, exporting, and ooh, I like the way it looks actually. Okay. Which helmet? This is not helmet 1. This is helmet 5. I have to rename this. Okay. And export FBX, and this is Hamlet 04, but it's actually Hamlet 05. So yep, perfect. And next is to export again, but as an OBJ, just so that I can open it in ZBrush. Let's go to bits and bakes, and it's going to be Uruk underscore helmet underscore 05 underscore LOD1 underscore low poly. Export. I think the neck armor is thick enough. Yeah, the neck armor is thick enough. I won't be changing neck armor. I'm also gonna add another variation. It's gonna be this one here. Just a little cuff. It just looks some like cloth. It's like some looks like some sort of wool. Looks like a sweater almost, but it's just kind of that padded material. It's gonna come out. I'm gonna model it. I'm not even gonna simulate it because there's no really wrinkles or anything in it. And yeah, that's about it. That's the last neck variation. It'll be pretty easy to add. Now add a ZBrush. So this is the shield. I've also done the swords in. Yeah, there's no haters. It's not a. He's not hating. He's just He's giving some artistic advice. Yeah, okay. Neck armor is good, don't listen. Is this for Mordor faction? Yeah, this is tier 3 Mordor, so the main Mordor army, essentially. It's a remake, it's a rework. It's already in game, this unit is already in game, but we're just redoing it. So that, yeah, we're just redoing it so it looks nicer. A lot nicer. The armor looks amazing. I hope to see it close. Yeah. Clothes will be red. Or, yeah. It's going to be tintable as well, so there will be some variation. Okay, I can show you some of the swords. I need to... Planning on any other black what you columns? Oh, Numenorians? Once again, I'd have to point you to the Trello. Yeah, Emil Ritter got you there. Black Numenorians, yeah. Yeah, everyone's going off now. Black Numenorian. Yeah. I know this is off subject, but how difficult do you think it'd be to make a Warcraft Total War mod for Attila? Oh, I have no clue. I don't know. I don't really play Warcraft, so I don't know how complex the models are, and I bet it's a lot of fantasy stuff and a lot of like effects, so that's not something you could really do in Attila. It's probably not the best for that. Let's look at a sword. Which one is this? Let's see here. Is this the first one? Yeah, I think so. Yeah, it's just very rough. This is the first sculpt I did in ZBrush. So, it looks nice when it's, you know, textured and whatnot. So let's make a new one. I'm so new with ZBrush I don't even know how to just open up a new file without messing everything up. That's how much of a noob I am. Black Numenorians are already in, right? Yeah, a few. Guards of the Teeth, I think, are supposed to be Black Numenorians. Yeah, they are. And so are Servants of the Eye. Okay. So... Oh, did not need to do that. Okay. So close lightbox. Load tool. Or, no. Import. Bakes. Helmet 05. Start from the middle and drag out. Okay. Oh, did not do that. And then go to edit. What the heck? Why can't I edit it? What? Did I break it? What happened? I can't edit. Let's try this one more time. I can't edit that one. Oh, now I can. Okay. I want to delete this. Okay. I don't know how to use ZBrush. Oh my god. Yeah, this is a learning experience for all of us, okay? How do you add textures like metal or leather? There's software that I use called Substance Painter. And In Substance Painter, I can add materials, textures, and whatnot. I can paint it by hand, use materials that are pre-made, that do a bunch of calculations and stuff, and yeah, I can basically make anything out of that, essentially. I think this is an example. Yeah. So smart material you drag on. An orc in a bikini would be an interesting sight in the battlefield, just throwing that there. You need to stop pitching these ideas, man. Yeah, so I think you guys are still having your debate in there. Okay, it worked. Ooh. Okay. First thing I'm gonna do. I'm used to this terrible movement. Very not used to this. Okay. So, the first thing we need to do. So I think poly-wise, this is all good in terms of density and whatnot, so I think we can straight away start dividing it. Whoa. Whoa. What happened? I broke it. Is it Control N? Is that what starts a new? 1 second. What I want to ask, will there still be Sauron? Will you put Sauron in a unit or will he alone? He's probably going to be on the campaign map. I don't know if he's going to be on the battlefield and you can play with him like fighting. He's probably going to be a general on the campaign map. That's what I think is going to happen. We haven't gone that far yet, but he is planned. Sauron will be in the game. Yeah, okay. Just trying to figure out what to do here. Control N, that's what I was doing. Control N doesn't work. Okay. We'll file. Okay. Can I delete this tool? I want to delete it. Man, I have no clue how this works. I thought Control N was the shortcut too. Oh my god. I don't even want to look at chat. I'm not gonna read this. Oh my god. What is happening? Yeah, I'm not even gonna bother catching up what you guys are on about. So I wonder if I can Z-remesh. I think that's good. Yeah, now we're talking. And then first order of business is to get rid of those ugly creases that were made. Because I don't want that. But this should help keep the overall shape, so that's why important. Zarin 13, look what you've done. Look what you've. This is your child. This is what you've done. But you guys should seriously listen to Zarin 13. I think he has a point. Okay. So this shouldn't take long to sculpt. I've got some pretty nice brushes that do a lot of the stuff, you know, automatically for me. So should be nice and quick and easy. Just smoothing out the top. Looks like a bald person's head. Beautiful, beautiful. Okay. Yeah, ZBrush has smarter tools, in my opinion. Not that anyone here really cares, but you guys are all in the spiral right now. You guys are all. Okay, let's restart the soundtrack. God. Okay. So it did catch all these details really nicely on this piece here. Oh wow, wow, it really did that nicely. Let's nice job, ZBrush. You did it like automatically for me. That's exactly what I wanted. Okay. I hope to see more orc face variant in the mod. Yep, they're planned. Do I get paid for this? Nope. This is a passion project. Yeah, thank you, Fingus. Thank you. Fave soundtrack for the official Rise of Mordor. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, Fingus. I don't know if you want to know what happened. We've really hit a spiral here. Okay, so I need damn standard, so it's DS. And I want Z add. That's very powerful. Let's turn that intensity down. Make it bigger. Yeah, but just kind of crease that a bit. Is there going to be a campaign anytime soon? It's in development. Likely finished sometime next year. That's the likely date. There's no official date, but it is in progress. It's being developed. So I'm just highlighting all these details now in ZBrush. Oh, that's a very large brush. Okay. Yeah, I'm just getting this crease in. I'm essentially creating this helmet, so that's kind of the reference that it's based off of. Yeah, Carl, I think Joe Maloney also answered your question there. So, NM Supremacy. Hi from Spain. So much respect for you. I love LOTR. Thank you. Thank you, NM Supremacy. I really hope people enjoy this mod. Okay. As long as we're not talking about Aragorn's tax plans like the Discord server, I'm not complaining. Is that what they were talking about in lore discussion? Oh man. Glad I missed that. I'm not very active on that channel. Wish we had an Underworld Total War. Rise of Lycan was a cool. Okay. Interesting. No, we're not talking about Aragorn's tax plans. Please no. Come on, guys. Okay, so I'm gonna create this kind of crease that comes down here. It kind of looks, I think the topology here is weird. It is, yeah. That's fine. Let's also switch to perspective, because I feel like that's easier to see what's happening. Yeah. Oh, what? Where am I? Okay. I prefer perspective over orthographic. Oh wow, okay. That's a problem. Yeah, so essentially what happens there when you see that, that essentially means the brush, because the brush is a sphere, it's not actually flat. It has a sphere of influence. So this is a two-sided model, right? There's not very much room here. This model has two sides to it. So when you sculpt on one side, you essentially hit the other. So I'm going to mask this side. So, oh, you can once again notice the sphere, how the brush is really a sphere, not a circle. So I'm going to mask this side. And so that means the brush will not affect this area. And then I can essentially sculpt away here and it won't touch the other side. It's a good habit to use the mask tool. I don't use it enough. So there we go, we'll use that. And then, oh, then I can get rid of the mask. I need to get rid of the mask. Where's... How do I clear the mask? I need to look it up. Okay, so I just go like this. Oh, that inverts it. Okay, there we go. That's cool. That's really neat. That is super cool. Do you think this would be possible for an orc to whack off in his armor? Yeah, you're not cool, man. Or funny, even. What was your favorite piece of armor to work on these boys? The helmets are always fun. I think the helmets, first of all, they're really easy, and then they are also just fun to work on because they look really cool. You know, helmets you can make like look super sick, and you know they're on the head, so it's like really noticeable. And I don't know. I personally enjoy the helmets, and this one was also really fun to make. So tassets were also kind of fun. I don't know why, and pauldrons. I don't know, because those are like the coolest pieces. You know, there's some just pieces of armor that are kind of cooler to make than others. Yeah. I'm just gonna. Whoa! What is happening there? Let's fix that. That was weird. Okay. Small burst size. Mask the other side. You know when next troll development video will be? No, that entirely depends on the people working on them. Not really my realm in the slightest. Maybe the modeling might be my realm, but yeah, since it's just animators, I have no clue. Don't know really what they're up to. Okay, that mask worked out, so... Yeah, trolls and wargs and Balrog would be awesome. I don't know. Balrog? Don't think that's happening. Just don't mean to pop anyone's bubble. Why not have 4 people given a dislike? Why do you not have them packed a sandwich? I don't know, Palami. Or Palmeni. Couldn't tell you. Not everything is everyone's cup of tea, I guess. Yeah, I noticed there's a problem here with this. Okay, let's mask. Ooh, what did I do? Yeah, this is the side I want to work on. I just need to get this to 8. Did I accidentally switch to orthographic somewhere? No, perspective. Okay. Oh, I need to mask. You planning on adding dents to the helm? Yep, that comes later though. Just getting some main features out of the way. Retrospectively, many pieces of orc armor are a lot more practical than I remember from the movies. A nice little detail. I'm not even gonna lie, that's not really intentional, but if that's the case, then cool. I do try, like, I don't, it's hard to make a piece of armor if it doesn't make sense, right? Because, like, I can't think of how it's laid out or whatever, right? So if it does make sense, then I'm probably going to pick it as a piece to make because it's, you know, easier. Like, I have to make something that's physically possible. If there's some sort of trickery or missing information that I can't get, then I can't really make it, so there is also that. The practical ones are the ones that are easier to make. This is God's work. Thank you, Michael Scott. I like your show, mate. There's a little, just kind of weird squiggly thing here. I don't know, like this. The only problem is it's probably going to reach the other side, so I'm just going to add it because it looks kind of cool. No, it's not on the other side. Sick. Something very simple. I think that looks pretty cool. Oh well, let's see. Yeah, looks pretty cool. Okay, this is not... I know that needs to come out a bit. Let's just do the other side first. Am I working with a mouse or a pad? I should be working with a pad, and I have one, but I'm using a mouse. I've just gotten so used to it over time. Like, I should use a pad, and I probably, like, you know, there's probably more potential in a pad, but I don't know. I just never switched to a pad, and I've been using a mouse, so yeah, it's worked out for me. Oh, that looks different from the other side, but it's asymmetrical, so it works. Is there any way to donate to you guys? No, Carl, we can't take money for legal reasons. Also, it would, in my opinion, this is my opinion, but it would complicate a lot of stuff within the team. Like, people would be, like, you know, fighting over, you know, how much should I get paid, or, you know, people would get upset. You know, as soon as you add money, it makes it a lot more complicated, and you'd probably slow down development, in my opinion. Right, people would start fighting if you put money in, you know. Not everyone gets along, you know, and yeah. Yeah, boost the Discord server maybe, support the video, yeah, like, do stuff for the channel, you know, let other people know, help us promote. That's the best thing you could possibly be doing to help. Imagine Smog in this game? Yeah, no, that's not. Don't even start. So this is a grab. It's like G. No, there isn't. Where is it? I'm trying to find like a grab tool. Not displace. Move. It's the move tool. Let's just go with yeah, just the general move. Because I know these bits, it kind of folds over in my model. So I'll just guide it a bit so it kind of comes out like this. Because I know this is already done in my model, but I know it's got smoothed out in the high poly. So do the same thing on the other side. This just makes it easier. Okay, like so. Have you considered pursuing a career in the gaming industry? Obviously have the skill. It's tough, I mean, but I am not really, it's not exactly something I'm working towards, career-wise. I've already said before, but I am studying to be an engineer, so that's likely the career path I'll take. And I think it's a pretty good one, so no regrets. Okay, let's just mask. I'm gonna mask out all these areas here, so I just don't have to worry about them. Just mask. Need to zoom out. Okay, so I'm also gonna work there. What I'll probably do sometime soon is just take a long tutorial break one time where I just sit down and take a long ZBrush tutorial because I really need it. There's probably so many things I'm doing stupidly and wrong, and I think that's good. Okay, so all those areas are masked, so I can essentially sculpt freely there without ruining the other side. here's what I want to do. 'Cause I am trying to add these creases around. Probably increase the size. Yeah, that's good. Perfect. Yeah, I've already passed that. Okay. Fingus, do you already have a plan of what you want to work on after the Mordor? I think there's still so many like little things in Mordor that need to be fixed. Like, there's so many just like little things like tier 2 and tier 1. I know I'm gonna work on Frusty. Yeah, after a couple of years of Mordor, exactly. And actually, believe it or not, yeah, I will work on those face variants, but there's someone else who took that job for me. We got a sculptor, someone who's just good at sculpting and ZBrush, and he's probably going to be working on those. So those are coming, but I might be like minimal assistance or help there. I might be like actually slowing him down even. So that's something definitely I want to put my dip my toes into. And I'll probably try to do a bit of, but there is someone who will be dedicated to that task. In terms of factions, I wanted to try the elves. Maybe look at Gundabad. I don't know. I'm kind of sick of evil factions. Probably just some repairs for. Just some repairs, some maintenance for. Mordor. I know I have to do the tier 4 bodyguard. So yeah, tier 4 bodyguard needs to be done. Yeah, there's a lot still left on Mordor. Mordor's not quite finished with me. And I'm not quite finished with Mordor. Okay, in terms of those little kind of details, I'm going to add bolts next and then just start doing some wear. This is another one of my super amazing quality. Wait, I'm just gonna make sure I didn't miss a question. Okay, this is another one of my super amazing quality ideas. But what if you copy and paste the current helmets, mostly finished, and add variations of each, such as personalized etchings, drawings? Because if you look at the references, the helmets don't look like that. The helmets are all just variation in model. That's all it is. You'll notice there's no engravings, no sort of imagery or symbolism on the helmets. So it wouldn't really be movie accurate to just slap on some pictures, some textures on it. Right? It has to come through hard work, which is making as many model variants as you can. And it's just the way it has to be. Almost as rare as American moderate, yeah. Guys, one question: why wouldn't you accept donations? I think Fingus already answered this. Yeah, copyright reasons, and the fact that money makes everything a lot more complicated. Exactly. Like, we're not allowed because we don't own. Lord of the Rings is not our private property or intellectual property, so we can't do that. We can't profit off of it. And also, yeah, it does make things more complicated. As soon as you throw money into the picture, people, want to get paid more, or like it'll ruin, relationships, and yeah, it'll add a lot of tension, essentially. Why did this person get paid more than me? Why did this many assets and this many this, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, it would, it mess things up. So it's not worth it. Wait, Are there gonna be wolf's head for Mordor? Do you mean wargs? If so, yeah, they're planned, but I don't know what else you mean by wolf head or wolf heads, because there's not going to be really anything related to wolves other than wargs. Okay, so now it's time to edgeware. No, first of all, we'll add bolts. Is this the last stream for this unit? I don't know. It depends how much I get done in this coming week. If I get a lot done, then could be. Okay, I wonder if there's like rivets. I need rivets. Whoa. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna sculpt it. Let's go with clay. What will I work on after this? Probably tier 4 or heads. Okay, let's it'd be easy to fix if you only pay moderators for not working on copyright stuff. Exactly. Okay, let's divide. What? Okay, let's delete lower and let's divide it. Okay. Okay. So I'm so in love with this helmet. Yeah, I'm glad you like it. It's doing a lot of work in Mordor. Yeah. Well, this unit is almost done. This unit is on the verge of completion. We're very close. Mordor as a faction, still some work that needs to be done. But yeah, still like almost finished. Like, Mordor is pretty far ahead. And tier 3 is a big part of it as well. Like, tier 3 covers a lot, so. After this faction, we work on Harad. Yeah, I think Fingus answered. That is Harad, and that is Frusty and his interns. Yeah, Frusty's and his merry gang. Wow, that is very low res. Oh, I shouldn't have done that. Okay. This is very, very high res. I'm gonna. Shoot, okay. I can handle 4 million, that's fine. Okay, we're fine. We're good. Okay, let's go damn standard. I'm just gonna increase the intensity again to like 8. Okay, let's go to sub. Oh, that looks terrible. It's not. This does not work the same way as in Blender. I need like a kind of. Is it pinch maybe? P. Is there a P tool? Pinch. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Wow. That. Maybe I have to. Yeah. Yeah, I think that does more of what I was looking for. Kind of pushes it in there. like that. And then I'll flatten it with another thing. Yeah, I'm really starting to lag this thing because I'm at 4.5 million faces, or points, or vertices, or whatever you want to call it. I'm kind of pushing the bar here, but okay. And so this is the part where I use the custom brush that does everything for me. Like this. Boom. And it's very nice. So I can just do this. And essentially just paste this all over the surface. This same image, and get a really cool looking beaten helmet. That's the beauty of ZBrush. It's boom. So add a very little kind of thing there. It's very nice that way. Bam, it's already roughened up. I just do it across the helmet. Yeah, I'm probably gonna look for more brushes as well. I want some variation in brushes, because these brushes make life so much easier. And hopefully this will help us achieve that look you want from this kind of unit. And I think that looks pretty good. And then I'm just going to add some wear. I'll just take the flatten brush. Whoops. It's F. A is flatten. And yeah, now essentially all I need to do is go around the edges in a few places and just kind of ruin it. Just like so. Okay. It's, whoa, did not mean to do that, whoa. Yeah, and then just mess around with the edges. Make them look a little worn out. I believe someone was asking for dents earlier, where here are your dents. You want it? You got it. Yeah, just making sure it's not super clean everywhere. Yeah, there we go. Panda gentlemen, please do not call me Dent Daddy. to be known as that. But yeah, we are adding lots of dents. Okay. I will probably end this stream after I get this into the into substance. After I texture and stuff, give it the material. It's probably when I'll finish. But it's still some time away. Do the dents and scratches have any effect on your faces? So this is essentially thing is this is this has in the millions, essentially the millions of quads. So this is, you can even see the quads if you zoom in. You can see them. If you go into the surface, you can see each face. So yeah, it's essentially just moving all the quads in some sort of way, right? So yeah, this is only the high poly, so I'm not using this for in-game. I'm just basically like, it's essentially modeling, but at a very high resolution. That's the best way I'd explain it. Modeling at a very high resolution. And instead of manually moving each vertex or each point, big brushes do big changes to the surface. So if I had if I tried using, I could use this brush, I could use all these tools and brushes on my low poly, but it wouldn't really do anything because there's not enough faces on the surface. So this is just a high detail low poly, which is why it's called the high poly. Yeah, dents are the mark of a good craftsman. The more dense, the better the craftsman, as you can see here. This is made by the greatest craftsman in the universe, really. So let's just, yeah. I'm just trying to roughen it up a bit. Being very rough with it. Oh, I need to add bolts there. Definitely. That's very important. That looks amazing. Thank you, Emiliano. Yeah. ZBrush is a very good piece of software. I should have started using it sooner. I still need to learn it though. I'm still learning. So I think that's good. Let's add the bolts and then let's export it and use it in Blender. So I'm gonna go back to clay. I'm not even gonna bother to go damn standard around it. Okay, let's try that again. Something like that. Something like that. Something like that. Something like that. Like that. Good software is only used when it's good, but you could use it. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough, but it is. If I had tried doing this in Blender, I would not be able to achieve these same results. That's all I'll say. ZBrush gives you the tools you need to be able to do it right. Good tools that are not always available in Blender. So here's our helmet. Let's go File, and let's save it. Let's go Uruk. Throng. Helmet. underscore 05 underscore LOD1 underscore high poly. Actually, I don't even need to do high poly since this is a ZBrush project, so save. And export. This is going to be the same thing, but high poly. It's going to export that, and then we'll use it in Blender. Bake it, bake all the textures, and then yeah, and then put it into Substance. I might even just bake it in Substance. So I don't need this reference thing anymore, and I'll leave this open just in case. But let's go to Blender here, and let's import our thing. So obj. First of all, I'm going to save this because this might crash. Don Raven King, those would involve changes to the model, and any change to the model has to essentially, you have to redo the entire process when you change the model. So that's a thing. Changing the model affects is something you don't want to do. You can change the texture easily. If you change the texture, you can add variation to the texture and change things in the texture, and it won't cause any repercussions. Like, it's pretty easy. But model variations, any sort of model variation, requires you to re-UV unwrap it, redo the high poly, re-texture it, re-rig it, and re-export it. Whereas a texture change only requires you to re-export it. So in that case, it wouldn't be worth it. You might as well just make a new helmet if you're gonna go through all that process again. Sure, it's easier to do if you're just adding cracks or chips. Like, you only need to, like, most of the models are already made for you, but you'd still have to redo all those processes. Right, so you might as well make a new helmet. Also, in the reference thing, there weren't very many. Like, what is easy to do in the model is, for example, I could take the pauldrons. And as long as I'm removing things, then there's not a problem. Like, I could delete these, right? I could, like, delete those, and this could be a new variation of pauldron, essentially. I'm just gonna undo that so I don't lose what I did. Yeah. But that's something you can do for variation. You can delete a piece off. And then give you a new variation, but that's about the most you can do model-wise without having to redo everything. So I'm gonna just import that thing, bake, and then yeah, put the smart material on it, show it off a bit, and then we'll end the stream. So let's go. Yeah, import, and it's an OBJ, and it's helmet 05 high poly. Now, yeah, this might take a while. I don't know if if Blender will be able to handle it, because it's like 4.5 million faces. But we are definitely going to cut that down. We're going to use something called the decimate modifier, and that'll just essentially cut down a bunch of faces that you don't need. So just give that some time. Yeah, if people have any questions, feel free to ask as well. Just while we wait for some stuff to happen. Yeah, well, probably have to wait a bit for this thing to load in. Yeah, ZBrush is also very optimized, so you could handle a file of like 4.5 million faces, no problem. But In Blender, that's a bit of a different story. Yeah. Okay. Have you made any other chess pieces for this unit? There's like two variations that are very similar. It's like one that was the first one I made that wasn't like great. It wasn't very spiky. And then I made another one that's more spiky. And a third one's planned, but that's about it in terms of I'm a little yeah, basically there isn't very much variation for the chest plates, and I'm probably not going to do much variation. I'm only going to do these two chest plates, like these two look very similar. Like I'll show you. There's this one. This one, which looks very similar, like they're like very similar. Just one is more spiky essentially, but I'm just going to keep it as a variation. And then there's going to be another one. I had a plan essentially, which is. It's kind of like the idea that you went off of where I'm going to essentially take this chest plate and I'm going to remove the back of it and have straps that go like almost in a X shape around the back, and then another one where the top half is missing and it's kind of like belts and straps on the bottom half. So that's the variation for chest plates. So basically two more essentially planned chest plates, but one of them is pretty simple and based off the other one. What kind of hardware speed up Blender? Is it GPU based? Yeah, it can be. I don't like I think it's normally CPU, but you can have GPU compute for rendering. But it just took a lot of time because this model here is 4.5 million faces, which is not a little. It's not very little, like in the slightest. Wow, that actually. Wow, it's very accurate. Okay, that's sick. The only problem is all those little lines showed up, which is not good. I just have to hope that even the resolution of the normal map won't pick that up. Okay. So. Next thing I'm going to do immediately is I'm going to decimate it, so it cuts that number of faces down a lot so I don't destroy my computer. How many shoulder pieces have you made? One, and it's going to stay that way. There's only one pauldron variation. That's because most of the units have the exact same pauldrons. So I'm going to go 0.05. And I'm looking for something in the range of 100 to 200,000 faces. Looks dope. Can you add like voices or sound from movie for units in the game? That's something we're working on. That's not really my realm, but it is. We figured out it is possible, but it's just very difficult because there's like I don't know how many thousands of sound files that aren't really organized that we have to look through and then replace. So it is possible, but we are still working on it. Yeah, in terms of variation, the pauldrons, especially for this unit, like some parts, I'm not going to make variations for every single part of this unit. It's just not realistic. Most of the parts already have variation and will have variation. The helmet has 5 variations. The neck is going to have 4. The chest plate's going to basically have 4. Maybe even more with considering texture variations. Pauldrons are going to have 1 variation. Bracers have 5. Tassets have 1. Belt has 2. Greaves are going to have like 2. Everything else is at 1, like the tunic and the pants and the belt or not the belt, but like the chainmail. That's going to have like 1 variation. But that in itself is a variant. And then the feet is 1 variant, and the gloves are 1 variant. So. Okay, let's have that. 400,000 faces is still too much for a high poly. Have you seen Hagenaz's Goblins? I didn't. Did he put that? Did he post that in preview for you guys? I didn't know that. I have seen it, like in the dev channel. I didn't know he posted that publicly, unless you're in this sneak peek. Let me check previews. Yeah, there are no. Wait a minute. Joe, are you by any chance in sneak peek? Okay, yeah. Figured. Oh, that's supposed to be a little bit of a surprise. Wait, what? Goblins? What goblins? Okay, still loading here. Oh, you heard about them? Okay. Did someone spill the beans? Because I can't read every single channel. Yeah, there is no goblin. What do you mean? Goblins? What? Yeah, the first rule of sneak peek is don't speak on a sneak peek. I'll, well, I think I lost too much. Yeah, that's way too much detail lost. We'll put that back to double. Like, also, that kind of fixed the issue of those little lines because it kind of messed up the topology. Okay, this is just a process of waiting. You might as well show them now. No, no, no. Nice try. You're not seeing them until they're ready. I think people post too much in sneak peek things. I don't know if that's what you're referring to, but it seems like people post their stuff in sneak peek instead of in the developer channels. Like the default is to post a sneak peek anyway, which is like it's supposed to be sneak peek, not devlog. No, there will not. I doubt there. I don't think. I think most of them are supposed to have polygon. I can pull up the reference again. Like. I've looked at this reference so many times. I'm pretty sure most of these. I'm going with the right idea here. Like if you can point out how many of these guys don't have shoulder armor of some sort. Shoulder armor, shoulder armor, shoulder armor, shoulder armor, shoulder armor, shoulder armor. Like they all have shoulder armor. So shoulder armor, shoulder armor, shoulder armor. I'm not going to take it off. There's no point. Just look at the movie. It's look at this. They all have shoulder armor. All of them. I always love to see previous. Yeah, and obviously, but. You'd be surprised how much you're actually seeing. You guys are seeing a lot into what's going on. Like it's. I don't post in previews, mostly because you guys kind of see what I do in here anyway. Like, okay, there it is. We're back. Yeah, let's accept this. 400. Okay. Oh, Fingus, you don't actually see... What channels do moderators see? I remember seeing 1 3D preview in 6 months. Yeah. They don't. It's a lot of it is just concept, I guess. Well, I mean, Frusty just posts so much Harad stuff. Yeah. It just doesn't make sense to have the uniform without the shoulder, right? I'm not gonna take him off. We have more Russians on our Discord channel. Yeah, who understands Russian here? Yeah, join the Discord. It's the link to it is pinned in the top of the chat. So you see general team, promo, to moderate. Okay. Well, if it helps, I don't see moderator channels, so. Thanks, man. You guys are doing an amazing job. I just wanted to pass by and say that. Appreciate it. Okay, give this a second for this modifier to apply. Yeah, I'm trying to approach Frusty stream length, but that's still like impossible. Okay, so essentially I need to find out. I want to make sure I'm selecting the right model here. Okay, so I need these to line up, essentially, right? I don't know why there's what is the heck. They are so far apart. It's like a bit bigger. Is it scaled up? No. Okay, first of all, yeah, we'll scale it down like this a bit. Yeah, this is for the game, or for Rise of Mordor, the Rise of Mordor mod. Okay. I think that's good. Now, what I'll do is I'll change the, instead of changing that, wow, yeah, okay. First thing I will do though is I'll fix all these little artifacts here, because there's a lot of them. So there seems to be a lot of these little thing here, which should not be here. Whoops. Just fix as much of these as I can. These little artifacts, which come with the decimate modifier, unfortunately. Okay, Fingus, I see. Still, I mean, it is pretty cool in there. I can assure you the dev team channels are not the most interesting. Man, I actually lost a lot of detail here. I might... Did I re-import this model? Because I lost so much detail. I think I will. I'm just going to bake the 4.5 million faces. It's a shame, but I'm going to have to do that. Okay, this might take a bit of time. This unit has 5 helmets now. I never played Attila, so I don't know, but can you turn off those unit symbols above units in battle and yellow, red, blue ones which represent a unit? You can press K and that just, I think, is that K that kind of takes away all the UI, so you can just kind of watch the battle. I don't know if you can disable that. Yeah, Loop Pro just answered that K. What unit is it? Swordsman? This is just general tier 3, so all of tier 3 mortar. You'll notice it's Uruk Throng, Uruk Spears, and Uruk Archers, so it's going to replace the armor of that entire unit. Okay, I've already exported. Okay, so I'm gonna try baking it just right away, immediately in Substance. So never played it together. Okay, how many helmets do you have? 5. Yep. My chips, no. Okay. Let's try baking it right away. I don't think they're lined up. How many more will I create? At most 1 more. Maximum 1 more. And I probably not want any even more, because I think 5 is plenty. I'm on the verge of losing my mind. I'm not making more helmets. Okay. I love the new Dane Ironfoot unit. Can't wait to kill him with the throwing unit. I feel like that's directed at someone in particular. I don't need bakes. Okay. So. Okay. Yeah, 5 is enough. There's no, I might make 1 more, possibly for like an officer. Maybe. Or just for variation. I have no clue. Yeah, okay, so baking, yeah. Baking is a way of, you bake many things in computer graphics, but baking is, you'll see here it says bake mesh maps, but it's because of a computer can essentially do things procedurally, or like live, essentially. Not procedurally, real time. So there's real time and then there's baked. So real time means things are done live, like at the moment. So for example, real time lighting. Baking is essentially setting something in stone. So setting a texture in stone. You can bake a simulation. So if you were to do a simulation in some sort of software, and then every time you press the simulate button or you press the play button, it's doing all the math every single time. It's doing the math every single time to do the simulation. But then when you bake the simulation, it just kind of turns it into an animation essentially, and it sets it in stone. So you can't change that simulation anymore. It's done. But what it also means is it's not doing the math anymore to calculate the simulation, because it's just kind of recorded essentially the simulation, and so it just plays back the simulation instead of doing all the physics. So baking is essentially setting something in stone, right? Because you can't really unbake something. So baking a texture, or baking, what I'm doing is I'm taking my high detail model, and I'm setting it in stone onto a texture that I can put on my low detail model and basically get all the details. So essentially, look here. So you're wondering, oh man, why did I sculpt and make that really cool high detail model when the model looks like this? This is what the model is. This is what this is what you see in game. Why? First of all, I'm just gonna fix one thing. But why did you do all that when you're not even gonna see it? And the answer is because I'm going to bake it, and you'll see what that means in a second as soon as I fix this. Okay, so there's no seams there. Yeah, so I'm going to bake it right now. I'm going to go here and set the texture in stone, and what that looks like essentially is I'm going to pull in a high detail model, which is the one I made, which is helmet. Now, I have no clue if this is going to work because I don't think they're lined up perfectly. This might take us some time. We'll see what happens. I don't think Substance liked it very much. We'll give it some time, because this is, once again, I'm dealing with like a 4.5 million faces on a model. This is probably a good time for anyone to get some coffee, get, you know, popcorn, a drink, or something like that. Oh, whoa, it's doing it. Wow, okay. Nice. Well. I don't know if that's because it's too high res. Regardless, it didn't work. Yeah, okay. Regardless, it didn't work, so I'm just gonna have to do it this way, the normal way. So I'm just gonna basically get this helmet, and I'm gonna import it again. Yeah, this is why I shouldn't have. I accidentally divided it subdivided it one too many times. So it was now the resolution was too high. Perhaps you can use tier 4. Anyone seen the new Age of Empires stuff? Oh, I know there's a 4th one coming out, but I don't know if they updated it. Perhaps you can use tier 4 Uruk helmet as officer for this unit to save time. That's a smart idea. I might actually do that. It's a bit dark, yeah. I think that much is clear. I don't know what you're talking about. It looks fine in game. Popcorn and a drink would be glorious. Yeah, I'm sitting here doing an economics essay. Help. I'm gonna have to leave you on your own for that one. Still at it, eh? First team may have competition soon. Yeah, I'm trying to beat Firsty's stream time. He's done one for like 7 hours. I don't even. How? I don't even have that much time in a day to sit down. That's ridiculous. But yeah, I'm just trying. I'm a little stubborn right now. I just want to finish this helmet. I'm just gonna end the stream when I finish the helmet. That's it. Like, all I got done this stream was I finished the model on the bracers and then did all the work for the helmet. I might go eat soon or something because I'm pretty hungry. Ooh. Can you imagine this dude running a war? Oh yeah, that'd be pretty sick. 1122. We have a mod about LTR. Okay, archers in balance. What are you trying to say? Are you saying you don't like the balance of the archers? You know they have been updated in the new patch. We have changed them. Down Raven. No, not a problem, man. I didn't say I necessarily picked his yet, but it is a good. I'll have to see. Depends on what helmet I make. So yeah, the reason it was all black is because you'll notice they're not lined up. Like, they're not the high poly, like the high detail and the low detail are not overlapping in the same spots. So, well, first thing I'm going to do is immediately decimate it, but not to the same extent that I did last time, because that kind of seemed to ruin it. So let's collapse it. Let's take like half or one fifth. We'll take 1/5. So that's like still like a bit less than 1 million faces, which is still way too much. So we'll take 1 million polys as our high detail instead of 4 million, just so it lightens the load by 1/4, or by 4 times it lightens the load. The load is 1/4 of what it was, but it lightened by 4 times. Okay, I'm looking at the Discord. What is happening? Okay. Okay, any questions, by the way, while we... Okay, so this didn't cut it to the extent that I wanted, but I might have to cut it a bit more, because I'm still getting those ugly faces. Let's go 0.1. This would be a good time to take questions, I think. Just while we wait for this to cut down a bit. Jeez, all the new 3D orc armor looks really good. Yeah, hoping so. Just waiting here for this to cut in half. Yeah, this modifier takes so long. Yeah, you shouldn't be working. Shouldn't be working with such high faces, or you want to, but it's just the wait time. Like, this is something I hope they improve in the future, like when it comes to like software. Something they address, like smarter, I don't know, algorithms or something like that to cut things down. So what is still work in progress on this model? Work in progress or okay, so what's finished is basically everything here is like, okay, give this a second. So this unit is almost entirely finished. What's not finished, what's work in progress is this helmet that I'm about to finish. This bracer is work in progress. I still need to make some chest plate variations, one more neck variation, one more greave variation, and that's probably it, and then something for the officer. Do you think there will be as many units as in Third Age? I haven't played Third Age, so I can't answer your question, but you could probably look at the Trello, which is in the description, and compare the unit amounts, and that should give you an idea. But I do believe the rosters are pretty full in Rise of Mordor. They're pretty full, so I wouldn't worry too much about it. Will there be more various orc faces, or they're already made behind the scenes? They're being worked on. That's as much as I'll say. They are in progress. Thank you for this amazing work you do, team. Thank you. Do you consider modeling armor over the ears? Well, it's just a matter. Well, I have one helmet variation that does. Where is it? This one goes over the... No, not that one. Where is it? This one goes over the ears, but this is going to require... First of all, the ears extend out really far out, which is really inconvenient. It wouldn't be realistic to make a helmet that goes like this, that wide of an angle to get over the ears. So there is a model of the head with the ears tucked back, and this is what this helmet is made for. But most of these have the ears exposed, just as a matter of simplicity. And it's not that... I don't think people are upset about it, that the ears are showing, so... just for, you know, to make it easier. So if you think about it, right now those are perfect to cut off, like this is from a real life perspective. Yeah, well, this is, first of all, you have to suspension of belief a bit. Like, some cover the ears, some don't. It's a matter of practicality and what I'm working with here. And there's a lot of factors to take into consideration, but I don't think their ears are the biggest concern to them. Do those tiny chips that appeared after you decimate the first time count as faces? Oh, all those things? Yeah, oh yeah, they're, the one I decimated, you're talking about those little black and dark artifacts? Those little things that showed up? Because yes, those were, those would certainly count as faces. It's just faces that are really arranged strangely. And so it gives it a weird shading. So those are just need to be relaxed out. But you'll notice that when I have such a high resolution, the artifacts may be so tiny that you can't see them. Also, the more you decimate, the more you mangle the model. That's why you probably don't want to decimate so much. Do those tiny chips that... Yeah, okay. So real life orc would probably want something to protect those ears. Yeah, fair. I mean, fair enough, but it's a little late for that. Thanks. Really great mod. Appreciate it a lot. Definitely looks good. Well, thank you. Unfortunately, if I do anything... Oh, I didn't apply the decimate. Oh, I'm so stupid. This better not crash. Because right now it's smoothing 4.5 million faces instead of 800,000. I forgot to apply the decimate. And I don't want to have to open this up again and import it again and then decimate it again. Because I forgot to click apply. Because it's literally been the last like 10 minutes or something like that. 10-20 minutes of just this. This is really a struggle. Okay. It's coming back. Okay. First things first, apply. And that fixed the issue with all those weird squares. But now those artifacts are starting to show, but they're tiny. Okay, that's one big issue resolved. I was really worried about those little squares because something I kind of sort of messed up in ZBrush. Yeah. We are dealing with in the higher range of faces. This helmet especially is one of my higher poly pieces. It's like I usually deal like maximum 2 million, but this doubled that. 4.5 million is a lot. So just waiting for that. It's a lot of waiting right now. We'll get there eventually. God, I'm losing my voice. Holy. I've been going at it for almost 4 hours. Oh my god. I'm gonna go eat something after this. Okay. Let's see. So, decimated correctly. Artifacts are so tiny, I'm not even gonna bother. Now, all we need to do is essentially make these pieces overlap, so... Okay. I'm gonna save, okay. Before I do anything else, I'm gonna save, so... Oh, I don't want to save as. Which part of this armor are you most pleased with? I like the parts that are the most complicated, the most complex with like plates, so I really like The chest plate, I'm pleased with that. The new bracer that we just made, I really like that. I think some of the helmets look really cool. Like, I really like the shape of this one. I think that's about it. I think I really like the plate, the segmented. You know, the ones where you kind of get your eyes kind of get lost because you don't know what's going on. You know. In which faction are you gonna see this? I think you answered your own question there, Kroga. This is a rework, a tier 3 remake, essentially. Okay, so now, essentially, for the bake to work, I need the low poly to overlap basically to overlap the high poly. So I essentially just have to move everything into position so that they overlap. Because at the moment there's something wrong with the scaling. And it's caused... I know something that could, first of all, very easily cut my work in half. Whoops. So I'm just gonna split my work. Whoops. Okay. This will make things a lot easier. What the heck? It's just first of all, turn this to global and just like move everything out a bit. So that's first order of business. So that it's mirrored. Now, yeah, the process now is just to get everything in as close as to where it should be. So that's good. Yeah. Basically, the closer this is, like, yeah, the closer in shape this is, then the better the result of the bake, which is, okay, I don't need this stupid head in the way. Oh, I did the wrong thing. Don Raven King, and you asked why I didn't accept your ideas? So, yeah. This helmet took a lot longer than I thought it would. You know, we put a lot more time in this than was probably needed, but whatever it takes to get it looking right, we gotta do it. Okay. Just making sure all the saliva is in the right place. Okay. I think there aren't very many problems on this part of the helmet. There are not, no. I think down there might be a problem. God, I can't zoom in enough. I think we're good here. Okay, that was pretty off, so I had to fix that. Yeah, that's good. Okay. Okay. I think this whole bowl area, we can move that a bit closer, I guess. It seems to be like pretty good in this area. Let's check this. Yeah, not bad. Okay. Now, just make sure, for example, this, that's a big issue there. And that as well. That like turned into a point essentially, so gotta adjust for that. Now, this entire thing has just sort of moved out, I guess, so like yeah, I don't know, I just wanted this to be a bit of a fancier helmet, so I kind of just like segmented it into plates, but I know exactly what you mean, Don Raven King. It does have a bit of that kind of Roman look to it. I can see where you're coming from there. Okay, I think that did a pretty good job. Oh, whoa, did not do a very good job of lining that up. Okay. I just need this to line up with that. Okay. Now, yeah, make sure this is all overlapping properly. Yeah, I don't like having to do this kind of weird adjustment, but unfortunately these do need to be in the same spot. Oh, I didn't notice that. Oh wow, okay. That must have been, that has something to do with that has to do with the mask, doesn't it? Almost certainly. Okay. Well, we can fix that actually ourselves. That's not very hard. That's something we can do. Like at least, you know. We can get rid of that as much as we want. As long as we're not ruining everything else. Let's get rid of that. Can't really get to that edge. Okay. I wonder if that is that on, it's mirrored, right? No, I didn't mirror it. Okay. Not a problem. I think that was the mask that I had done in ZBrush. Let's just kind of get rid of this massive tumor looking thing that's on the back of this model. I don't know what happened. Something moved. Something, I accidentally must have like moved something out of place, and this mask was still active, and that explains why the rest of the model is still kind of out of place. So the mask was on, and the mask essentially stops you from doing anything to that section, and then I moved everything so that part stayed behind, didn't move. And that's probably why that all happened. Okay. We are almost done. I think it's only, yeah, it's just this cap part here that's causing me pain. That's it. Okay. God, okay. It keeps freezing on me. Because this file is at its wit's end. It's literally about to explode. Now this part needs some adjusting. I know that for sure. Okay, never mind. I'll have to like thin those parts out, I think. Oh, that part also needs to be adjusted there. So why don't we make our life easier. Oh, I can't do that. I see the issue. Okay, we're fine. For example, that there, I don't know what I did, but I accidentally moved everything. Okay. I can tell we're almost there. Now, what's the issue? What's the thing here? Yeah, okay. So, now I did not make this look like my... Wow, okay. I think first thing I'm gonna do is I know this is a lot thinner, so let's just move this in a bit, just because I know the edge is kind of thinner there, and okay. I think this is good. This is good. Good night, Zarin13. Have a good one. JT8. Orcs should have poor quality armor. I agree with you. That's good. Okay. I think that's captured the shape of it. Very good. Just make sure this is not super far behind. Okay. All right. I think everywhere. This is good. Yeah, nice, nice. Oh, okay. It's not perfectly mirrored. I'll have to adjust on the other side when I fix that, but last thing is to do is this. Yeah, like the quality, this is not supposed to be good quality armor. Like it's a lot of plate and stuff, but it's like it's rough, it's not clean, you know, it's disorganized. So if that's what he's talking about, then sure, but they do have like plate armor and stuff. Okay. It's a little tough to see what's going on here, but just because of the overlapping and whatnot. Just making sure the low poly and the high poly are overlapping. The closer they are together, the better is the result. I think this entire like piece has to move out a bit. Like look how I think that's good, and then I have to move all this back, unfortunately, because I just did that. Okay, this is good. Okay. Now this just has to move. I hope you guys understand kind of what I'm doing. Like, as you see I'm doing it, you can see how kind of off my low detail is from my high detail, right? And so you're saying, oh wow, like it's actually not, like they're not really overlapping properly. So that's why I'm just doing that, because essentially I'm going to put all these details on how the game works. Essentially is you can't, this high detail model looks really nice, but you can't render, like if you had like, my computer is struggling with one of these. Imagine if you had thousands of these on the battlefield. Your computer would explode. Like you'd create a nuclear bomb in your room. We don't want that, so some smart computer artists and scientists can essentially have figured out a way to display this information, the detail surface, all the little bumps and scratches and little things in a texture called a normal map texture. Normal map texture is this funky purple looking texture that works in RGB, and each pixel basically has an RG and B value, red, green, blue value, and each of those respond to a magnitude of a direction in a vector. And then from there you can basically figure out, it basically tells you the direction the light reflects off of it. And now if you have that in a texture format, you can essentially simulate a bumpy surface, right? How light will reflect on that surface. Yeah, you can see how light will reflect on that surface, like accurately. But now, and then you use a different model that you want to reference, right? You want to base it off of. So I am making a high detail model here, and then I bake it. And baking it gives me that texture, that normal map texture that I want. So I can put it then in a different rendering software, and essentially uses this low detail model that you're seeing here with this many faces, but with the details of the high detail model. So that's essentially what it's doing. I've noticed here I will have to do this on both sides. Okay, so I think that's good for now. These are reasonably on top of each other. Reasonably is the keyword. I can go into this mode, apply, and then do some minor adjusting. Now that this is no longer mirrored. Just I guess because it's not mirrored in ZBrush, maybe something happened and I don't know. Doesn't matter because it's not a huge deal anyway. And it's almost done. Just making sure I'm plotting out those key areas that are not too far apart. Tip is fine there. It was really high there. Yeah, that's a little off there, that entire area. Are you noticing my box computer which can barely run Pac-Man? Yeah, that would, well, your computer doesn't have very many components in it then, so it would probably make the weakest bomb, but so I wouldn't worry. Okay. We're almost there. I said that, that's like the 20th time I've said that. Okay. Everything is... I think that's in the right place. Oh, that's not. Good thing I caught that. That's a little off. Okay. That's enough. You can only go for so much. Okay, save, and then we'll try to bake it in Substance and see what happens. And if that doesn't work, we'll bake it here. Uh, 1122 but why every shoulder has a model? You can make one shoulder with segmented texture. I think it's very cool for 1,000, 3,000 armies. That was the strategy and the idea for Third Age Total War, which is like a medieval 2 game. I don't know how many years ago, but that doesn't look good anymore. With the graphic and kind of standard and quality standard we have in Rise of Mordor, it's kind of standard procedure to separate your plates by model, because that looks a lot better than a texture. You can't like, a texture won't give you, like, if you were to look at the side profile, imagine this was all flat, like one flat profile. Imagine this was the profile. You wouldn't get those jutting out edges from a texture. A texture can't do that for you. I'll show you what the texture can do. The texture can only change what the surface of a model looks like. So, and maybe from far away the illusion works, but if you zoom in on a unit, which you can really do that in Total War Attila. You can zoom in on a unit quite well. It falls apart. Essentially, it falls apart. So, you have to model it by plate for the greatest looking results. Okay. Now I'm gonna export this. I'm gonna re-export this. Let's do that. Okay, I think that worked. Let's try this again. Oh, whoops, okay. Big mesh maps. 1122. A normal map can't do that. It's limited. A normal map can only do so much. It can't. You can't. I'll show you. You'll see what a normal map can do. It's not. It's powerful to a limited extent, but a normal map cannot change the profile. For example, it can only be done by a model. The normal map might look good from here if you're looking at it, but when you look at it from the side, the profile will still be flat. A normal map cannot break the silhouette. It only changes the surface. So it's good for little bump details, but for major details, it makes no sense to do that. You'll see why. It's just the limitation of it. It's not powerful enough to do that. You need a model. So first thing I'm going to do, so it looks flat right now because there's no, this is what the model looks like without that high detail thing. Like I sculpted the high detail thing, but where's the, why are there no bumps, dents, all those little things on it? The first thing I am going to do is turn on the triplanar projection, so I get rid of the seams, because I don't want seams. And okay, so yeah. Oh man, it's missing so many details, right? It doesn't look detailed. Okay, so let's fingers crossed that this bakes properly, and that they're in the same position. So I go to bakes. Okay, which one's the FBX? I only want. So I have two. Where's helmet? Okay, which one's which? That's OBJ. This one should be FBX. What? Oh, is it this one? Yeah, that's the one. Okay. Let's try it. Have you made an orc bow yet? Nope. I didn't make that one. I know there's a current one that people. I know that people are having some issues with. Okay, so we will have to do this in Blender because there are some issues. I know this is the ambient. This is just because the plates are clipping together. I know exactly the reason. But just to show you what's happening, first of all, the helmet looks a lot smoother, and you'll notice those things gonna come out. Yeah, okay. You can see some limitations coming in. I think it will be hardy for few machines. This model very cool, usable for slashing, which you see enemy face to face. It's just my opinion. I'm not sure what you're saying, 1122, but I'm just saying we can't not. We can't use the normal map to replace that. You need to model the plates. That's just the way it has to be done. Have you made an orc bow yet? I didn't make the original orc bow, and I haven't made a new one yet. I'll have to look into it. I'd have to see. I don't know. I'm working on one thing at a time right now. Just throwing it out there. Maybe the officer helmet could have a feather on it. That's not really accurate, though. If you haven't seen it in the films consistently, then unlikely I'll use it. Officer helmet, I don't know what I'll do. Maybe I'll find one cool looking helmet that I see in the references, and I'll use that. That's likely. I don't know if I'll, like, it's, maybe Tier 4 might have the same helmet as the officer for Tier 3, I have no clue. Maybe different, you know, like, I don't think orcs are the kind to use feathers. And we're not entering, what's it called? What's that one game? Shadow of Mordor kind of aesthetic. How many units per faction will we have? Do you mean per, like, how many soldiers in a unit, or how many units per faction? Well, because they're different. Any questions about factions? Okay, in the link of the stream, there's a Trello. And Trello shows all the factions and all the units planned for each faction. So any questions you have about the rosters, any questions you have about rosters, it's all, like, there. So anyone asking, for example, someone just asked, will there be a Hobbit faction? Just go to the Trello. It's in the link in the description, and just look through and read through everything if you want. You can see every planned faction, how many units there are in a faction, what each of the units are. So yeah, that's my best reference for you. It'll answer any of your questions about that. So now we have to, because this didn't work in Substance, we're gonna have to do this ourselves. So I'm just gonna split this up essentially. Mr. Clear, what about skull for the captain? Unfortunately, I know you're talking about kind of like a. I know who you're talking about. What's his face? I'm gonna pull that up. I know exactly what you're talking about. You want something like this. One second, I think this is bugging out on me. What? I didn't. Okay. Oh wow, I didn't even notice there was a reference for that here. That's sick. Okay. You're talking about. Mr. Unclear, you're talking about this guy. I'm not going to do that because every officer in Tier 3 would have that skull in their head, and that's just too often. I need something that can, register as an officer, but the skull in the head is kind of an iconic thing, right? Especially for this guy, which could be is his own kind of general, so unlikely I'll do that. The one with spikes on top, Martin. Yeah, I'll have to see when I, when I make the officer. With a very great job, but the body of the orc looks really skinny. I think I disagree here. I'm gonna say that this is the thickness I'm going for, and I want. So I'm gonna stick with that. Okay, so what I need to do is I need to split up the high poly and then bake each part independently, so I don't get those problems. So no, there's not going to be clipping between this part and this part, so I need Duke, I'm not changing how skinny it is. If you're talking about the basic orc body, yeah, it's skinny, but this thickness for the armor is what I'm going for. This is what I wanted. So. Or just not giving them a helmet, some orcs don't have one. Yeah, that could also work, Martin, I guess. Well, the helmet of the guy on his right is awesome. You mean his left? I made that helmet. That helmet is for also in Tier 3, but it doesn't look very good. It's the current Tier 3, but it's not very well made, but I did try to go for that one. So I want to separate this one. Now this one could work with this one. So this one, and this one. Yeah, okay. I should do that. Will there be a Frodo campaign? Like, no. What is this one? I don't remember the exact timeline. Where is it? I'll get you something really official so I can. But it's not during the Frodo time period. So no Frodo. Oh, hey, Philip. Nice to see I'm still alive and kicking. Yeah, for sure. You recognize the music by any chance? Okay. So, yeah, so I need to bake each part, basically. So I just need to go here. I have a material essentially made for this. Bake. Already made up for that. What do you think about Ruin? Will look like fantasy Turks, Chinese, or maybe Mongols? Yeah, maybe. But that's also just kind of up to our concept artists. Okay, so I have the bake material, and then I basically bake each part. Thanks, Philip. It's nice to see you know, keeping up and stuff. That's it's great. We use the soundtrack for every stream, so it's something to fill the awkward background noise. It's great though. So, okay. Let's go here, and then I think this is a good enough bake distance. And we have to bake this multiple times, essentially. Chris, are you gonna make some orcs with that helmet clothes? No. Nope. I have 4 other helmet variations, and some of them are closed, so none of these are I think only none of these cover the mouth. I don't have a single helmet variation that covers the mouth. It's just not. The only thing they cover is really up to the nose, which is reasonable in my opinion. I think I have 2 closed face. I'm trying to think. Yeah, I do. I have like 2 closed faced, and then the rest of the 3 are like open, essentially. So I'm essentially looking for. So you'll notice here, I baked this and this. Now that's not good, but I'm really hoping that's the underside and this is the top side. Oh, did I not unwrap this as, this is mirrored, isn't it? What is, okay, 1 second. Shoot. Yeah, people can often, yeah. It's just called baking. Like, look. Literally right here, the button says bake, man. I don't know what to tell you. It says bake right here. What more can I do? Okay. Man, this is taking a while. So there should be no, I don't know, there might be a bit of artifacts there. So what I really care about, is it possible to add heroes to the mod? They are planned, but not, I don't think, in the battlefield. Like, probably on campaign map is what I'm thinking. That's how I'm interpreting it, but I could be wrong. Okay, I just want to know if this is the top. Please just tell me this is the top. Yeah, okay. At the bottom I can fix. So basically what I'm looking at here, this is the normal map I was talking about. You essentially don't like the yellow. The yellow is bad. Don't quote me on that, by the way. And this as well is good. Seems to be, and it should be this as well, right? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's good. This fills up again. Yeah, we're good. So I'm gonna go here and I'm gonna save this image. Let's go to. I have to make a new folder. It's gonna be helmet. If they ever did a Middle-earth Total War trilogy like they did with Warhammer, would you still support the mod? I mean, probably. I think. Well, it's not gonna happen. We're gonna finish the mod before that would happen, if it could happen. But if you're given a hypothetical where it just did happen, that would be tough. I don't know. I don't know if I'd switch to another mod. Well, because really the big point of this is that I'm getting practice. Essentially, I'm just developing my skills, sort of, because it's fun. And yeah, and I am also just kind of developing a skill here. So I don't know if I'd continue with it because I'm still just developing the skill. I guess it kind of depends how good the Total War game was. Like if it was pretty bad and we were making one that was way better that people liked more, then sure, maybe, yeah, probably. Let's stick. Is there already Dane Ironfoot as general in newest update? Yeah, they did actually add Dane Ironfoot, yeah. So I'm not sure entirely how they're planning to do the system with that. Because he's basically what they're essentially doing is they're putting that unit. They just have a unit, and then they have Dane Ironfoot as the officer for that unit, right? That's essentially what it is. So I know some. I think some for sure will. I don't know if they're gonna be playable. If they're all gonna be playable on the battle, like on in battles, or if they're only campaign, I'm not entirely sure. Could be. I'm not sure. I just don't know. Yellow is good. No. Not in terms of normal map. Will the Goblins of Goblin Town be in the game as well? Goblins are planned, yeah. Misty Mountains. Misty Mountain Goblins. You can also refer to the Trello in the description of the stream. And you can see for yourself, but Goblins of Misty Mountains are planned. I saw rune units with banners on the back. I think it's very cool, so every unit has a banner. You have the rune captain, but not all. Yeah. Wait, are you saying you don't want every unit to have a banner? Or you want only the officer to have the banner? Okay, let's save. And then I can open up camp and fix this normal map and then put it into Substance, and then I can finish the stream. It's been like 4.5 hours, and I was planning to finish at like 2 hours. So I've almost doubled the time I was planning. It's like 7 for me. I like completely lost my voice. Okay. Only officer with the banner? Well, I don't know. I guess that's just a preference thing. I know some people prefer it with all banners. They think it's really cool. Almost samurai-like. Regardless, it's not like I have a say on it anyway. Because it was a different artist. But I personally kind of like they all have banners. How long will it take to finish the mod? Years. As of now, years. We are likely to be working on this, yeah, for years after. Can you make height variations? I think Gondor units have this. Not sure. It'd be great for the Orcs. I don't think you can have height. You can change the height of a unit, but you can't have variation of heights within the unit. You can't. I believe a moderator has confirmed that to me at one point. And I don't think Gondor has variation in height. But you can change the height of a unit in general. Just not variation. Hi there, what do you think about adding an infantry version of Servants of the Eye? Something like elite melee infantry for Mordor? There's already going to be tier 4 bodyguards. And those are going to be the tier 4 infantry, essentially. So, they're not going to be dismounted. The Orcs have dirty colored dress, Tolkien. Yeah, I guess. Visuals, we're basing visuals off the movie anyway, so. Movies are the inspiration of the visuals. Okay, so essentially what I'm doing here is I have two textures that have the normals that have good normals in certain parts. So you'll notice that, for example, this part here, I can't really make out what's happening here. It's pretty messy. But on the other texture that I baked, it looks good. I can kind of see the surface there. So that's essentially what I'm basically going to do is I'm just going to select that part. And I'm going to erase it, essentially, like this. I'm just going to go like this, and I'm going to erase it so I can get to the goods underneath, you could say. So I erase it, and then I get the good normal map that I want underneath. So I'm just going to do that for all those parts where it's messed up. And then, because I basically baked the entire thing across two textures, each of them catching certain spots like correctly that I couldn't normally catch because I baked them independently. And because that's just a property of baking, essentially, is baking is essentially what it does is it sends a ray, like a ray from above the surface of an object, and then it catches where it reflects, and then that's the information. But if you have a lot of overlapping plates, you could catch a plate you're not trying to bake, if that makes sense. I can explain it like in Blender. So for example, the pauldrons. So let's just say I'm baking. So baking will essentially send a light source from here, hit the surface, and it'll bounce on your high detail. It bounces off, it goes somewhere else, and then it catches where that goes, and so it does that to crawl across the surface. Now it gives you then a normal, a texture based off of that, like this. And the colors of this essentially are indicating the direction that ray ended up going. So you notice it's kind of pinkish here and bluish here. That means when the rays hit the surface, they went off one way here and then one way there, and then the end result is what looks like an incline, essentially, towards the middle in this area here. Now, what can happen is if you're baking in this part here of the model, it'll send the ray, and then it'll hit this plate before it hits this plate and bounce off. And so what you'll get is on your texture, on your normal map, you'll get the correct thing, and then where one plate overlaps the other, you'll get kind of the impression of that plate there, which is not good. So you basically have to bake, for example, this plate and this plate together, because they're far enough apart where the rays won't overlap, and then you bake this part and like this part separately. So those create different textures essentially, and then you just combine them in GIMP, which is what I'm doing right now. So that's kind of my explanation of what I'm doing here. So yeah, I'm just combining the parts together, so they work out. You're not gonna see ever the impressions here necessarily, like the result of another plate on top of another. You're just gonna see artifacts, weird colors, right? Like you'll notice that you can tell kind of here what looks right and what doesn't. Like this yellow orangey thing doesn't look right. You know, they should all have the bluish, purplish, pinkish tints. If you see anything other than that, like some weird greens or some reds or whatever, then you know something went awry. You should kind of be able to see the surface details, right, by looking at it. Aside from the Mouth's Guard unit, what's been your favorite Mordor unit to make? Well, I guess the second best thing is Morgul Legion, because that's just the second best thing I've made in my opinion, besides Guards of the Teeth. This one will probably take the spot. Like this unit and Guards of the Teeth will probably be my top. So, oh, I did not mean to do that. Yeah, just looking for any sort of errors, mistakes, anything that... Okay, so I know there's some things here. All these little kind of things here, you're just seeing the edges. Whoops. You're seeing the kind of the edge pieces of all the armor. Yeah, you can kind of sort of tell where what is. After a while, you just kind of know what part you're actually changing or fixing. Yeah, there's another one here. And yeah, here you can kind of see it. You can see sort of the imprint of just some parts beginning to intersect. That orange is another plate colliding with it. Uh, 1122. Will we see undead factions? We're not going to have undead factions, but we do have a few undead units. Like, a few. They're not very big in the mod. I know we have phantoms, I think, or is it a phantoms unit or wraiths? I'm not sure. Then that one, I'm pretty sure that's Dol Guldur. So that's an example of one. But not dedicated undead factions. And also, yeah, once again, we can check the Trello board for that. That was one I knew off the top of my head. You'll notice I haven't memorized the Trello board, right? All I know is I'm just working on my own unit, right? I picked a unit, or mostly Mordor, and I'm just working through it, so... I am trying to answer as best as I can, though. But the Trello will give you the best answer, the most comprehensive guide. It'll tell you everything you need to know. Okay, I believe that's everything. Oh, no, there's something here. Yeah, and you see anytime you see those little hints of like red, strange colors, then that's your cue to draw over it. Making sure I'm not missing anything. Does not appear to be the case. Okay. Next I have to just fix some things. So I don't want the yellow spots. So I know exactly what this is. Oh, what the heck? Okay, what I first should do is I'm going to export this as normal. Okay. Now we can fix, this is all now one unified texture. First I'm going to eyedropper this. Oh, I know why I was coloring in black. Okay, so just sort of essentially color over this because this isn't really important. This is the underside. I know this is the underside of the cap. I just know from the shape of it and whatnot. But I just need to get this to a normal color so it's not all black and messed up on the thing. Same thing here. I just need to get just the big kind of chunks out. And then I'll use a different tool to fix it up. Just trying to get rid of the big mistakes there. And then I go here, take this tool, and this it's kind of almost like a blur tool, and it just makes the line fine between the part that's just missing detail and whatnot. So you're never gonna see this because this is underneath the cap, so it's very difficult to see. But just make sure that it's not like completely messed up. So. Don Raven King, what's your favorite LOTR faction? I think Mordor, without a doubt. Are you surprised? I do like their cool scale armor. And I expect like Battle of Minas Tirith. That's really sick. Like especially like just seeing the huge numbers and ranks. They're pretty sick. And also I like the variation in them. I also think Isengard is really cool. I really think Uruks are intimidating. And Berserkers are really sick. Berserkers, probably one of my favorite units in general. That's not Mordor, surprisingly. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Unclear. Yeah, everything's there. The Trello has everything. That's our plan. We go by the Trello, so. So I'm essentially just fixing up the area. Look, this tool is magic. It just, boop, picks it up. No problems, just... wipes away your problems. And all the parts where there are artifacts essentially means there's another plate on top of it, so it's hidden underneath a plate, like, anyway. Wait, have we gone through the soundtrack twice now? Oh my god, okay. We're gonna end this soon. We're almost there. Okay. So. Just ironing things out. Last touches. Yeah, all these kind of strips are just a big mess. Okay. Okay. Mr. Unclair, what do you mean, why not Isengard? Maybe the timing is a little off, so I kind of lost track of the context. I said Isengard is one of my favorites, if that's what you're referring to. I like the Berserkers. Okay. I'm done with this. Okay. Invert it. Inverted. Export. Inverted. Don't Raven King, what does coloring out all the other colors do? There are certain colors that essentially mean error. There are some colors that are just, yeah, basically means error. So I'm coloring out all those colors because they're not good. So you'll notice that you're going to notice the difference pretty quickly. So here's the original bake that we did with the other helmet or whatever, and we're going to see the new one. So let's create new, select helmet, and then put our material in it. Bake mesh maps. Looks too basic right now. You'll see in a second. It doesn't look, you know, the greatest. Let's also get rid of those seams. So no more seams. Right, looks pretty basic, you know. The model looks great and stuff, but it just doesn't have that, you know, good look. So we import our texture. We import our 1122, you horny man. That's not happening. That's not happening. Texture. I finally managed to catch a stream of you guys. Thank you for your service. No problem, James. Okay. Let's go here, and we imported our thing. Now, go like this. Now, it seems the scaling is wrong. What? Is the rotation off? What? I'm getting a call. Okay. What? Wait, what? I'm so confused. It's all in the wrong position. What? Is it the scale? What? What am I changing right now? Okay, let's add a fill layer. Okay, what is happening here? Is it a scale issue? One. Offset? No. Is it rotated incorrectly? This is so strange. This has never happened before, ever. Oh, I know. Oh my god, I know exactly what happened. I forgot to update the model. Because okay. I was really weird there. I was like, oh man, why did that not work? Okay. Okay. Woohoo. I got scared there for a second. I was like, oh, what happened? It should be working. Okay, that should have done it. Okay. That is a relief. And let's put in our texture. Helmet, normal inverted, okay. Okay, bake, bake. This just gives us all the information, such as the thickness of certain parts, the curvature, how sharp certain corners are. Etc. And for the third time, bam, wow, such a basic texture, wow, crazy, crazy, alright, okay. First things first. Do this again, triplanar, just gets rid of the seams. Gets rid of the seams. Yeah, nice. Seams are not very noticeable. They're kind of there, but not really. Now, look at the normal map. Wow, it didn't mess up or break anything or make anything go completely black. They're not very noticeable. It's not very strong, so the next thing we do, and no strange edge problems there, and then we bake it off of our normal map. Like so. Like this. Now it doesn't have all those kind of really fine bump things because our model, because just kind of our the material anyway. Like if we were to turn off the material and we would put a fill layer, only then would you really be able to actually sort of see the little kind of details we've put in ZBrush, right? Like all these little details and stuff, you know, much more apparent in ZBrush. Speaking of which, I'm going to close this. But you'll notice essentially we've mapped all those little details. You know, you can kind of see the wear on the surface, right? You can see the bumps, and for example, like this bolt is not actually there. It's not actually the bolt actually, you know, doesn't exist. It's flat. It's you can't. This is why, for example, 1122. I think you're the one who addressed. You were talking about the plate. Yeah. Because look, this bolt is not 3D. It's only texture. It only has the appearance of 3D because the texture is playing around with the light. But if you're to look at it from the side, you notice it's not there. There is no actual change in the surface. It's only a trick of the light. That is what a normal map is. It is a trick of the light. And so it's smoothened out everything, so we can compare and contrast. Yeah, this is what it looks like. Okay, well, I guess all the other kind of ruined it, but because everything else is already baked. But okay, I guess you know we could still pull it off. Look how much more flat this looks. This looks quite flat, right? Look at this. Now, the surface looks a lot more bumpy. And all it is changing the lighting. So that is what it's doing. It is changing the lighting. It's looking, so it looks like, you know, there's impressions and whatnot. Good texture material, not so shiny as glass. I think orcs use iron, not steel. Yeah, that's based off of the concept. So that's concepts right here. Oops. This material I think is quite accurate. It's a little bluish tinted in steel, maybe a little lighter in the movie, but yeah. I think this is yeah, what we're talking about. Let's one thing I wanted to do is make this less shiny. Like so, okay. Perfect, I think. This is a great addition to the roster of helmets. What are you working professional? Well, I'm still a student, but professionally, I guess I'm working towards engineering stuff. But this is a passion of mine. That's some wicked smart using. Yeah, it is. Normal maps are very clever. Normal map, yeah, you'll see them everywhere in most games. They're incredible. So you create look. If you have to consider this model, what you're looking at, you're looking at this. This is what you're looking at right now. Now, this is what it looks like with all the different textures. You have textures. Look here. You can see here on the right here, there's like 6 little boxes here. Some of them checked off, some of them not. These are 6 different textures essentially that make up this material. This material is made up of those 6 properties. Diffuse, which is your color. Look, I'll show you. Yeah, diffuse is your color. Your glossiness is how glossy it is, basically how sharp the reflection is. So this is 0.35. So if I make this up, you can see how sharp the reflection is. So I'm at 0.35 essentially before. Specular level, I think that changes kind of how light it is, how much light you reflect, and specular changes the color of the light. So specular is the color of the light you reflect, specular level is how much you reflect, glossy is how sharp that light is, and then height and normal essentially change the surface. Gabrielle Silly unfortunately, you may have missed it, but I already finished all the swords. There are 3 sword variations. I can show them here even. So let's save this. I'll show off some more stuff, and then I'm gonna get off because I need to go before I off myself or something. I don't know. I'm so tired. We're almost 5 hours in. Yeah, it's darkened. It's ambient occlusion essentially, just darker in the areas where it's overlapping, right? Just to give it a little kind of ambient effect. It looks kind of weird without it. Yeah, and there is rust as well. There is a bit of rust there. And the material is just generally a bit rusty. But you'll notice once again in the movies, looking at the concept here, there's not very much rust. It's all just kind of that bluish steel, so that's why these guys are not, you know, covered in rust. It's just not in the movie. So let's save that. And then I could show you the swords because someone wanted to see them. I'll show you some of them. I believe I showed this one at the beginning of stream. Here's the first sword. Right here. I'm worried that this is a little too large, but I can always change the model. Like the model I can always adjust, no problem. We'll see when it's in game, when I'm testing it in game. But yeah, that's the little leather strap there. Pretty rough looking thing. Let's find another one. That's one sword. You're a madman, Don Raven King. There's no such thing as gold trim. I don't think Uruks have ever heard of gold. Here's another sword variation. Yeah. Ooh, a bizarre shape. I was going for this kind of thing here. I could make it a little. I could probably emphasize it a bit later, but that's not a huge concern. And then last sword. Oh, I just reopened. No, I didn't. Did I? No, I didn't. Okay. And then here's the last one. And this one also has a better strap, in my opinion. The strap, I think, looks better. And I like these swords. I think I'm a fan of them. I think they look good. Yeah, this unit has a lot of variation, a lot. So no one can complain about variation ever again. No one can complain about variation because there are so many assets for this. This is, I think, easily, this has the most assets. This unit will have the most pieces in the entire mod. If you could show me a unit in game that has more variation or pieces associated with it, then tell me. Yeah, it's all almost done. It's all almost finished. I'm gonna finish those bracers sometime this week. Maybe do some of those chest plate stuff. That's gonna be a bit tougher. One more greave. Something for the officer. And this thing is finished. Yeah, thank you 112. Good work, not need more. Yeah, hopefully. I think 3 swords is enough. And the shield is done as well. Damn, gotta say those materials. Oh, I wonder. Shield is in close substance. It's too late. These materials look pretty damn good. I started using substance instead of blender nodes, and I gotta say substance does give a lot more easier options. Yeah, it's very easy. Yeah, it's got a lot of. First of all, it can bake all your maps a lot easier. It's procedural. It's very procedural. You drag and drop your materials very easily instead of setting them up. You know, your roughness and your gloss or whatever, you're all in Blender. It's a lot easier. Yeah, I would switch to substance completely. Prefer pointing ones. Yeah. About swords. Yeah, Thank you guys. Very much appreciate it. I think these guys are gonna look sick. I'm very stoked. Because a lot of work went into them, so. Nice try, Don Raven King. I see what you're doing there. Yeah, the officer might be a full face helmet. I don't know if I'll use the tier 4 one. Have to see. Also, we haven't really decided on tier 4 yet. Tier 4 it might be this guy, or it might be this guy. I'm kind of a fan of these ones. They're not as like complex looking, but the entire point of this tier 4 was that it reused a lot of tier 3. But I wouldn't mind making a unique new asset for tier 4. And I kind of like the look of these guys. They're pretty simple, but they're still heavily armored and look cool. They kind of fit the style. So I'd have to see. I don't know what you guys think about that. You know, this tier 4 versus the other tier 4. I do definitely think these guys are pretty cool though. I just kind of like the aesthetic of this one. So, yeah, I mean, these guys are elite. These guys have so much armor. Like, if I were to go through the wireframe here, it's so dense. There's a lot going on here. Okay, I think that's it. The cape on the capes do look nice. Do both? I know. They don't really fit the same style. That's my only concern. That's my only concern. The style, they're very different styles. One is very lots of plate and segmented armor. This one's kind of a lot of gowns, tunics, chainmail, and then one big chest plate. Use the helmet of the drawing for the captain. For the captain. I can see. Maybe I could go back and remake the helmet I made before and just make this one. I might do this. This will be the captain, you know. Here, this guy on the left. That'll be the captain helmet, I think. I like that one. Also, someone made a comment about ears being protected. Oh yeah? There's ear right there, out and exposed. So, that'll be the case, I think. I've decided on it. And it's very similar, right? It's like the same thing. This one is a bit different. I think it was based off of... No, not necessarily. It kind of looks like the other one that I made, just with the face kind of shield on it. But it does look sort of similar. Oh my god, I think I'll go with that one. What armor would the... I wouldn't change the armor, really. It would only be a change in helmet. I'd add... Like, the banner carrier is going to be the officer. There's no... You can't do anything else. Right, you can only have one. You can only have the officer, which looks different than the rest of the unit. So the officer is gonna have to be the banner carrier, and so I'm just thinking of have you seen the Easterlings, Variag units? I'm just gonna have the banner kind of attached to the back. That's how it's gonna be. The shield and minifigure looks like Roman shield, doesn't fit the orc theme in my opinion. But then you'll notice also it's also in this drawing concept here. The entire point of this unit is they wanted a very testudo kind of unit for tier 4. That's what they wanted. That's what they're going for. So that's probably what we're gonna do. That shield is kind of already in there, so there's not really changing that. What about the one on the right? Gas mask? Nah. That doesn't seem like officer. But it is a cool helmet though. Like the helmet looks cool. I like the helmet, but the officer I think is supposed to be fancier. Looks very I don't know, brutish, but it looks cool. Captain order for soldiers. It's difficulty in close helmet. Yeah, but we're not. It's not practical. 1-1-1-1-2-2. It's not meant to be practical. It's purely for aesthetic. So the closed helmet is supposed to be more elite. Helmet with the skulls for the captain? Nah, because this guy could be a general unit. This guy? But the skulls in the helmet, every officer in tier 3 would then have a skull in their head, which is too much. So you kind of want one general helmet that represents the officer. The one with the skull means every single unit is going to have the exact same kind of head with the skull in it, which I don't think works. This guy could be one thing. He could be, you know, one head variation or one general, but not the officer for each unit. Yeah, he's unique, but it's not good for officer because officer's not technically unique, right? Okay, it's been 5 hours. I need to stop. Thank you guys for being in the stream with me today. Hope you guys have a great rest of the week. I'm gonna take a break because I'm so tired and because I've been working for 5 hours now. And I will, I'll see if I'll stream next week. Depends how much I get done during the week, which probably won't be much. So there'll probably be at most one more stream, but yeah. All right. Goodbye, guys.